them over a business, something like that.
So that's what they were
Seems like something they wanna retire when they keep saying.
Are they coming or no?
No, my mom can't take off from work, you know my mom, right?
Yeah, she works at a pharmacy.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
she can't take off, and, Dad was like, you sit through it.
I know the amount of hours.
He got me like this, he told me this last week, he's like, he's gonna go to this class, he tells me, but only if I come along. So then I'm like, okay, I'll come along. After I spoke to you, I got back and I'm like, okay, I'll come. And he's like, then I don't need to go. You go.
Oh, was that a hook?
But he told me like after 12, he wasn't available earlier. He said after 12, if it's something that, if it's not just about makeup, things that he can, I just feel like it's something I can just give over the info.
So basically, if he wants to come after lunch, because that's the business.
Define business.
Basically, I'm going to talk about the 3 ways to start the line.
Mm-hmm.
Private label you're aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, a lot of people when they say private label, there are also nuances that they just don't know about. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I didn't jump into private label either. Between the class? Oh,
downwards or something.
it was very ready.
Now you might. Understand?
I need to get, I don't have time. Where do I get? So you're taking the class too, huh?
Stop it, just let me know and then we'll change.
Yeah.
Лучше с другой стороны, так нет, вот так, вот. Я сейчас тебе дам поезд. Gradually, I'm gonna get some more lights and stuff.
So then I'm going to give you like a preview so that you could let him know. So before lunch, it's gonna be hands-on. I want you to really understand the formation of camera. So maybe he doesn't really need it. But after lunch, there's no relating, there's nothing. We're gonna discuss the 6 ways to actually do the business, okay? And the 3 ways to start. So for you would be the next transition, which is the ready formula. I'll talk about it like in more detail. But the ready formula would be something that you definitely can commit a certain amount of time without killing yourself. Because I know you love what you do. You don't want to get rid of it. But this is actually very, very simple. I'm going to show you how to do some of it here with a demo. And there's like, it's a world of things that people don't even know. Honestly, like when I see people that start private label and the business dies, it's very sad because a lot of private labels are great, and a lot of times people don't even realize that you can change your own packaging with private label.
Right, because everything's like another add-on, a cost, and then there's no money.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like you need to know exactly what to do. That's why, like literally me, I spent over 100,000 when I started my line. It was ridiculous. Over 6.
This one, so we can put it inside.
I put it in there.
You good?
It's okay. See, like over 2013 we launched with the makeup line. It was crazy. I mean, it was so hard. Like I was crying in the field. My husband was like, "Oh my God, like just drop it." I was like, "No, I really want to do it." It was really hard. So, but I was investing into like the coach after coach after coach after. It was ridiculous. It was just like, just shoot me, And people were like, "Just stop it already. Just quit it already." So when I wanted to be like start the, hey, how are you? What's your name?
Yana.
Hi, Yana. I'm Yelena. Nice to meet you. We didn't start yet. We're waiting for you. So have a seat. I know it's traffic and the slow train, so settle in. It's fine. You know what's interesting? I wanted to originally start this event at 11, but then I said, so much information. Let me do it earlier, but it's still happening close to. Sometimes I should just listen to makeup.
You gotta call for earlier, after this happened on here.
Yeah, no, but I just do like free van, first time. Yeah, it's okay.
People might still show.
Okay.
Yeah, it's alright.
Let's.
Every time I took it to myself because I was gonna.
Yeah.
I said if no one shows up, I have a videographer, I have to do something.
Yes.
You You gotta start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Look okay.
Yeah, what's up?
His hair disaster probably.
We're rolling.
Yeah. Rolling?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay. Um. Okay.
Are you gonna do demonstrations?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a demonstration. I wanted to make it fun, but for security reasons, they said don't burn stuff, so I said fine.
Oh.
So I just wanted you to touch it, but I will be mixing
Okay.
stuff.
So let's get the, if you wanna wear it so they can see how you're doing this from your point of view.
Oh, wow.
Wanna go pro?
But will I look funny on the camera when you record
No,
me?
that's the recording, that's one, and that's the other one, that's what you asked for the B-roll.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You
you
want
was
it?
gonna cut the video and
It's
show it there
like-
in the middle.
It's from your point of view.
Wow, that's cool. But I'm gonna completely kill my hair. I don't think.
Okay.
Oh my god, but that would be
Don't
so
worry.
cool. Do you wanna do it?
Yeah.
Okay, you can't do it.
You can just hold it or.
That's actually really cool. Wow.
It's 4K, so it's pretty decent.
Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
that's
like
pretty
those
cool.
It's a really intimate look inside, like between your hands and like very
And it
close
has a
up.
lighting also, so that it could, because I'm
Yeah.
gonna turn up the
Okay.
lights.
No,
Now
It
I
has
put it on,
plenty of
or you
lights.
tell me when?
So just
it's
push the-
recording now. You're on.
Okay, perfect. У вас все wireless или подключено все?
Alright,
Я
you
просто-
wanna go live? Do you know the Wi-Fi?
No, I'm saying
Do
if
you
I
know the
shut off
Wi-Fi for the place?
password, yeah, sure. You need it?
Give it to me, yes.
Okay. It's actually if anybody needs it, I'll give it to you. The Wi-Fi password here. It's 718.
Hold a second.
Mm-hmm.
If you can, if you want, we
AP
can
Hotel.
go like YouTube, Facebook Live, so you have to, everybody can, get the feed live.
Oh wow.
How do I know what I'm seeing? If it's
But
straight
you-
or not?
Just put it like a,
718
point where you want it, it's wide angle. Okay. Which one?
AP Hotel.
AP Hotel,
Mhm.
okay.
718 552
552
3200.
3200.
Everybody got it, or you want me to repeat?
Yeah, I got it.
Beautiful. All right, you guys. So welcome. I'm very excited to have you all here. Really, really excited. Thank you so much for coming. I know you got better things to do. You got your life. You got your kids. Do you have kids?
No.
No, you look like a teen. How old are you?
23.
Oh my god. That's me 11 years ago. So. Thank you guys so much for coming. I really appreciate it. I have been in the beauty industry almost 12 years, so I'm a veteran. But I actually love this industry. Today you're here because you either want to formulate your own line, or you want to start a makeup line, or anything in cosmetics. And I am actually known to be the coach for that. It's just that this particular part of my business I just launched because I thought, after experiencing so many different things with my beauty line, I said I want to teach. I want to teach others. I want to pass the wealth with information. So, who I am. There we go. I don't know if you guys can see that well or not. So I'm a wife, I'm a mom, I'm a successful salon owner, and I'm actually retiring March 1st of this year. Yes, it's a big deal. I own 2 lines of cosmetics. I own a professional line and an organic natural line. And I also founded where you guys are now right now, Elite Products Academy. So So my goal for you is that it is possible, okay? I'm gonna show you how to make product in the room today, which is very exciting. If I'm nervous, don't judge me, don't throw tomatoes. And I'm also gonna do 6 steps from idea to getting the product into your customer's hands. I'm gonna go through all of that, and you're also gonna go home with a cheat sheet with the 6 steps so you guys can, start thinking about it. All right, so first thing that I really wanted to do was to ask you what you guys are nervous about and what you guys are excited about. So let's start with you, Ayana.
As far as like beauty business or just like
About you came here, like what are you most excited about? What are you most
I'm
nervous
definitely
about?
excited about learning how to start my own cosmetic line. I'm a makeup artist, so I think that'll be a really good asset. Yeah.
You're most excited about that?
Mm-hmm.
What about most nervous about?
Nervous? I'm not really nervous.
You're not nervous?
No.
Oh my god, that's exactly what I said when I went to one of these events. Girl! I'm just saying.
Why do we need to be nervous? You're giving the class.
You know what? Sometimes when people come to these events, they have certain expectations, and sometimes they're like, oh my god, am I going to learn something that I'm going to be overwhelmed with? Could I really do it? Is it something that is even for me? Am I wasting my time? Should I have been doing this before? Or just scared from overwhelmed of what can be, because you know what happens a lot of times that I've been training myself for years. I've been investing in myself for years, which I think is the best thing to do, because God forbid if anything happens with us in our business and the business goes down or whatever, we can always reinvent ourselves, always, because we know we invested in our knowledge. So thanks to those skills, I was able to climb up out of many situations so many times in my life. But when it comes to that point where let's say you made a decision, like for example, you're a makeup artist, right? You're also a makeup artist. When you make a decision to become somebody even bigger, like to stretch yourself, the fear starts creeping in. Like you want to drop it. When you sign that contract for $1,000, you're like, why did I do that? At that moment is when your growth begins. That's when the growth begins. That is when your universe stretches you and it's going to test you. So you're going to feel it. When you start feeling it, now you're growing. You're growing to the point where, when I, for the first time, invested $2,700 a month for my coaching program, I was like, what did I just do? I didn't even think that, I was like, where's the money going to come from? I have 3 children, I have a salon, I have a cosmetic line, I have to do this, I have to do that. But then I told myself, you know, if not now, when? Figure it out. Figure it out. And you know what? I've been in that program for 10 months. And cosmetics, my beauty business is going much, much better. Oh my god, so much structure going on. I opened a brand new venture, which is Elite Products Academy. I'm working with amazing marketing people. I'm attracting such incredible people in my life, all because I did not allow fear to take charge. So I love asking people, what are they most excited about and what are they most nervous about? Because excitement and nervous is really the same thing. It's really the same thing. It's just how you look at it.
Right, so my answer, like you just said, my answer would have been kind of both ways the same. So I'm kind of excited to be here because I feel like I'm always the one giving over the knowledge, and I'm actually sitting here, like I said, this isn't me day, so I'm here to receive knowledge. So I'm excited about learning something that I may not know about, somebody who's done a different kind of research and all that knowledge that might be different to my experiences. So I'm excited to hear the other end, your knowledge. It's not nervous, but I'm hopeful that it will be news to me because I have been in it for so long that I don't want to be I kind of came for something new and I knew that already. So that's my
Kind of nervous.
yeah, I'm anxious to see does she really have something I don't know yet? That
She
would
gonna
be
surprise me. She gonna surprise me.
I'm hoping she does.
She better surprise me. I took a day off.
So it's kind of one and the same, But yeah,
No, that's what I love.
but at the same time, it's just one day of my life, so.
Well, yeah, and also
Can't
you're busy.
lose.
You're busy. I know her from the neighborhood. She's a very busy makeup artist. So taking a day off is probably oh my god, what did I just do?
No, it's exciting.
But I'm so happy that you did that, and I'm so happy that you did that because you it's just incredible. Irina, would you like to share with us what you're most nervous about, what you're most excited about today? You can share, we don't
I
judge.
think she's nervous about
She
the
just started
headband.
microblading
No,
business.
good, like I did my hair differently today.
She just started a microblading business. Don't be shy, girl.
I saw your live.
You did? Oh,
Some of
good.
it, like 2 minutes of
She started microblading and permanent makeup, so she was thinking about opening her own beauty supply for that particular niche. So I said, oh, great, like,
I'm dying to do it. I'm just so scared to get it done for myself.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't
To
tolerate
enhance it?
pain.
Yeah, that's my thing.
I'm like, but I've had clients who've done it and they have gorgeous brows, and I'm always like, I gotta do that.
she's good, she's really good. But
How's the
like,
pain?
well,
The pain is good.
No,
Some
you have
people like
numbing
it.
gel.
It's really
You have to
good.
put ice during the, you put numbing gel and you have to put ice.
I know there's people
Otherwise
who
it
like
hurts.
can't handle like teeth whitenings. I'm one of those, like I'll
Yeah.
cry for like a week in pain. You know the
Really?
pain from
No,
the
I
teeth
haven't done
whitening?
that.
Teeth
No.
whitening hurts.
You know the like more
If it's
professional
bleach,
ones
it's
that they use like
The
lamp.
yeah,
the lights, yeah.
right, because the,
You
The
kind of have like a
sensitivity in your
headache in
teeth.
your teeth for like a few days if you're sensitive. So I feel like I was like measuring that pain on my brows.
wow. Do you want to share with us what you're nervous about?
well, eventually I would like to transition to something more independent. So it doesn't matter whether we're here for a specific, the same goal or different goal, we still want to be a business, independent people. So this is why I love the fact that I'm here, because she gives you the steps where she filters out what you don't need to go through. Anyway, that's why I love it.
I tried.
I know.
I definitely try. Okay, guys, so, do you want to share? No? Okay.
just don't listen.
That's my mommy.
Oh, okay.
Yes. She's my right-handed.
And then the left hand.
Okay, you guys, so I'm going to actually do a demo right now, since they didn't let me burn stuff. But I brought my heavy tools, and I'm going to show you how I use them when I create makeup. And sneak peek, my brand new packaging for the Mimi collection. Oh my god, I'm dying. You love the gold? Как мне вниз поставить камеру? I'm dying. It's so
Вниз
heavy.
спусти просто.
So first,
Lower.
вот
Да.
это?
Да, не, просто поверни. Да, good job. Yes.
И когда они разговаривают, их тоже, если можно делать.
Yes.
Okay, guys. So we're gonna be creating.
Просто опусти.
You just, I think it's already
Yeah.
recording.
No, no. It's recording, just, no. Просто вот эту штуку ты можешь вот так отпустить.
So normally
Понимаешь?
when I'm in the lab, and I work a lot with a chemist, so I don't get to play so much with this, but when I do, you have to practice certain, cleanliness. That's like, I'm obsessed with that. So obviously this will be covered. This is just for the show, right? For you guys. But all of it is literally have to have like one-time use, everything. Your supplies. Hand sanitizers a must, wash your hands. You can put gloves on if you want, or you don't have to, it's really up to you. So I'm gonna show you how to make your own lip gloss. So this is a gloss base. So you put whatever amount that you want in here. So much fun. You guys formulating is so much fun. I can't. It's so much fun. So you put some of that. When it comes to spatulas, you can use whatever you want unless you're going to be measuring. With measuring, you're going to need scoops, okay? There are scoops different sizes, 0.1 gram, half a gram, literally whatever your formulation would need. But if you want to make it really simple, then just go with this. I'm going to be using an enhancer. So I'm going to use just a little bit. So let me show you on the light how bright it is. Can you see the diamond dust? You can come closer if you want. You don't have to be there. It's not a school. But I want you to see how shiny this actually is. You guys, if you want to take a picture, you can.
Yeah.
Video, whatever you want. You see the diamond in there?
Oh, yeah.
So these are my
That's so
enhancers.
pretty.
Yeah. See that? Oh, So what I'm gonna do is, where did I put it? It's so clear. Oh, it is here. So I'm going to dump this in here, just like this, and mix with the other end. Mix right in there. This is how you can customize for your bridal party. Are you a bridal makeup artist or just bridal? So let's say you're doing a pink theme, right? Or whatever, red theme. And you are gonna go back to, you know, before the wedding, and you're gonna customize the color for the brides. For the bridesmaids, okay? And you're going to bring it to them. So now look at this color. Look at this lip gloss. And you can put literally whatever color you want. This is your lip gloss. You guys can play with that. Sure. So what I did basically was I used a ready base, which is what I'm gonna go into soon. The ready base, and I was able to create a custom shade. This is great for exclusivity. Because let's say you bring in MAC or whatever, right? I don't know, whatever you're using. They can go across the street and buy it, right? But when you're gonna bring them literally their own custom made colors and just give it to them, of course they have to come back to you for that color, right? Absolutely. I'm gonna show you how to make a nail polish. Take a clear nail polish. Same thing. Same thing literally. And you can make it as strong or as light as you want. So let's say you want it all to match. Now you can create a whole theme. I'm gonna grab this. You apply it on your nail. Don't judge my nail polishing skills.
So that's kind of like a base color that can get mixed into any.
Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Can we use it alone as like eyeshadow?
Exactly. And I'm gonna make an eyeshadow right now. So of course you need a couple of coats on top. But literally when it dries, you've just created a custom polish. It's so much fun to play with. So much fun to play with. Thank you. You see that? I erased it before. So that's the nail polish. You guys can play with that. And now,
And do you label them?
yeah, of course you can label them. You can get one of those, what do you call them?
Those guns.
What's that company? I actually bought Brother, I think. Is it Brother?
Yeah.
The Brother label maker. And it's so much better because it's round. So what we do is just like literally plaster that on. It's like super. So now, let's say you want to create an eyeshadow, right? You take the sealant. And this is actually the second type of formulation that I'm going to be talking to you about. The third one is the expensive one when you work with a chemist and when you have to do everything by yourself. But if you don't want to waste that money, and not yet, because you'll get there, right? Eventually you'll be like, you know what, I'm going to give $200,000 to a chemist, let him figure it out. But for now, if you want to make a foil shadow, you put some of that liquid in there. Where's my
So this is kind of good if you, as a makeup artist, if you want to have product to give and sell to the client on hand. But it's not really like you say, like for the bigger scheme of things, you're not going to be doing this in your kitchen.
Not in your kitchen. So this is why you're gonna have huge batches. This is just like playtime. You're gonna be making huge batches, actually. So I'm gonna show you. So to create a foil shadow, you're gonna need to put a lot more shadow in it. Otherwise, it's gonna be way too liquidy. Unless you wanna create like a body shimmer. So for body shimmer, this would be perfect. Like for a bride, literally just like, look at that. It's just shine.
Or can it be like a liquid highlight?
Sure, whatever you want it to be. Liquid, like, you see that? See how it shines? I'm telling you, like, we're gonna end up doing it like each other's makeup here. So this is like a liquid highlighter. You can pick whatever color you want. And if you put more, and you will know how much you really want to do. Yeah, so I'm actually using a highlighter in all of these three things. And then the more you input in there, the stronger it will become to become actually a full shadow. You see that? So creamy. And look at that highlight. Oh my god, I'm dying. I think I'm gonna keep it. That's what happens. Every time I do like a demo, I'm like, yep, that's the one. So these are the three little products. Now, you wanna know something? I have a surprise. You're gonna be formulating right now. So you can go back to your seats. I mean, you can formulate here, but this part I didn't announce there because I said, you know what? Whoever will come, it's gonna be doing it. And you're wearing the hat thing, so.
No, I'll take care.
And that's the nail polish base, which she's giving you right now. Okay, so if you guys want to sanitize, just sanitize it, or you can use the gloves that's included.
I don't know if you're gonna cover it, so I'm gonna ask now. You could
Yeah.
tell me, we'll discuss it later.
Sure.
When you're making these things, to sell, not as like a sample to go, how does it work with, legal stuff? I forgot what it's called, like all the FDA approval,
Yeah,
stuff
the
like that.
That's the 6 steps.
Cause like when you're doing it on your own,
Yeah. So we're gonna go
Part
into
of it,
that.
okay.
That's literally like, I think, the 5th step. Yeah, we're gonna go
like
into that.
insurance.
Because that's important. You gotta have to have insurance. You're gonna have to have all of that stuff. So that's the business side we're gonna go over tonight. So let's see. So on the bottom, you're gonna see the names of the products. Irina, why don't you sit down and also do it? Wait. So these are the pigments, these 3 pigments, okay?
Okay.
This is the lip gloss base. This is the eyeshadow sealant. And this one is,
So what are we making here?
so this is the
What's it
name.
called?
Base. So these are the bases. So you have 3 different pigments. And you guys can make whatever you want. Whatever color you want. Oh, good. Yes. So this one, the one that has no name on it, is the one with the polish. This one is the eyeshadow sealant. Now, the eyeshadow sealant, you can, if you want, just dump a little bit in here and into an empty one, and then just keep adding what you need. So you don't have to, or you can put it all in there. With the eyeshadow sealant, you can play a little bit more with it. I think that'll be everything. hand with the other end, mix it, so you can add more into it.
This is my lip gloss.
Ooh, fancy. That's nice. You know what? Let's see. One of sides.
What is this for? Nails, probably.
So the one that has no label, yeah, because we just
The
literally
nails.
made it. Yeah.
Okay.
We had a little situation.
Yeah. Which one's labeled?
By the way, I have a bunch of snacks here.
Can you sound what you're gonna do? So I'll give you a mic.
So I'm making right now.
Wait. Let's do this
So when
way.
you're working with, when you're formulating
So
yourself.
right now I'm making.
Wait.
a-
Let me
Oh, you're
start.
doing like a tutorial? Oh, that's so much fun.
So I'll just.
This is so hot.
Okay.
Hi.
So when you're
So
gonna
right now I'm
formulate,
trying to
it's very important
check a
that
little,
you write the formula
making
down.
myself a little
So
lip
when
gloss.
you're gonna be actually working
Okay.
on your own, you're
So-
gonna have
Mix it later.
Now I'll start from the beginning. I'm at the Yelena's class. I'm mixing swirl. Just
No, I don't want to say that.
No, you don't want to do it. Okay.
Is that the nail polish or is that?
You wanna do it?
No, look, it's
You don't wanna speak.
it's like a how-to videos. You know, like a.
Not too
Oh.
fast, you know, 'cause then it'll create too many bubbles.
Well, we were given very cute samples of
Okay.
eyeshadows and sealants and base liquids to just make our own shades, lipsticks, nail polish, and it's actually just 2 ingredients. That's it. You can make this at home. As long as you know which product you're taking, it has to be natural. You've done your research, of course, and she's helping you do that research. And very simple. Nail polish.
Yep.
You're welcome.
The next one. Can you explain what you're doing? Why? Hold a second. I'm gonna tell you when it's rolling.
Okay, so right now I'm making eyeshadow, foil shadow. I mixed eyeshadow sealant with Emerald City. I picked this color just because it's pretty. Just mixing until I get to the right consistency.
And if you need more, just add more of the base.
Okay, so I should add more base. So it's still a little bit clumpy.
Yeah, just add a little bit more base.
Okay.
And when you're mixing, mix slower so that you don't create too much bubbles.
Okay.
And it's always good to keep adding little by little of the actual pigment. That way you know that it is mixing well. And if you need more of the sealant, I have more.
Okay.
It's a little bright yellow shadow.
Thank you.
How did I know?
Let's hear from this table.
So what are you making now?
I am here at Elena Cosmetics Elite Cosmetic Program, learning how to create my own eyeshadow. We use this eyeshadow sealant for the base, and I still want it a little brighter, so I'm gonna add a little more pigment to it.
By the
Very
way, you
natu-
guys,
She's very natural. She knows.
she's good.
Yep.
She's been doing this longer than I have. I don't know what I should be sitting over there. By the way, you guys,
You
you don't
should
have
come
to
to
stick
film
to
with
one
us.
color. You can
Google.
be creative and mix other colors into it if you want.
And
Because
I'm
these
gonna
are
add a
just
little more
pure
sealant
pigments.
because it
Yeah,
feels a little
go-
too
go
thick.
crazy. I have more sealant if you guys want.
Yeah, it's a little messy, but I just want to get the color.
Let me refill your seal. Is this your seal?
No.
Yes.
So we're having a little problem here. Do I need more sealant if it's very piecey?
Yes.
Okay.
And also you're mixing it too fast.
I'm so excited.
That's good.
Okay, I'm done. Maybe
Let's
this
see.
one.
Ooh, Irina, you're hired. Look at her. Look at her.
Yes, and so
Wow.
neat and
Like
clean.
Yeah.
what? Good. Where's your pot with sealant? I want to add more in there. No, the one that's.
Baby wipes and that's it.
This is the
Where was
sealant.
it? Oh, so you put everything in there. Oh, I see.
Mm,
So let me give you a sealant.
no, here's like more
This is it?
sealant.
Are you sure that's a nail polish?
Mm-mm.
Sealant?
This one's polished.
Okay, so. And it's not gloss, right?
No, I took out half of it to start because I wanted to make 2 different shadows. I split it.
Okay, because I can give you more if you want. I'm saying. I have plenty more stuff. How's it going? Is it still clumping out?
Yeah, I need to add some more
Because if it's
sealant.
just not working out, just dump it and start again.
What's so it's just supposed to be like creamy, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to like kind of be creamy. So the point is that like I'm so happy that you guys are doing it because I really want you to understand. So you start out with just a little bit of pigment, and then once it all dissolved completely, kind of like sugar, then you add a little bit more.
Oh, I see.
And then you dissolve it completely, and then you add a little bit more, and slowly mix it because otherwise it'll create bubbles. You don't want it to create bubbles.
I just added this shade to this shade. You want to add a little bit more? I added this shade to this purple one.
Oh, you mix the
I
shades
mixed the
together.
yeah.
Okay.
So
So do you need more sealant or do you need
more sealant.
More sealant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect. Great.
So as you're going to be working by yourselves in your own, labs or homes or studios, you want to write everything down. Any little thing that you've been doing to change it, you need to write it down because keeping a records is very important. If somebody decides to steal your formula, this is how you prove it. You're going to give them the logs. Those are one of the things that you need to also learn. I just love that color. I am obsessed over that emerald.
I'm closing
mixed a
shop.
little bit.
I'm gonna get a chemist to do this.
No, giving up already.
And this is just the first 20 minutes of you doing it.
I'm like,
Come on, honey.
done. Oh.
Try the gloss. Try making a gloss. Oh, you made a gloss.
My
Did
gloss
you
came
make
out nice, yeah.
gloss? Good.
Shadows, we're gonna go with the
With the chemist.
professional.
We can outsource one of the things. But the best part about it, creating your own cosmetics,
need
you
something?
don't have to create every single
Yeah, it's like
thing.
what you're wearing.
Yeah.
You
and
can
just like in a
actually
gloss.
create only one product. That's well, you already
What'd
have
you
a whole
say?
line, but you can literally start with just one thing. Like if you're in love with lipsticks, just do lipsticks. Just create lipsticks. I'm gonna show you while you guys are mixing. I'm gonna bring it close to you. Literally like my stuff. I just love these things. So this one is for the regular size lipsticks. This is 12.1 mils. Was it raining? So let's shoot some look. It's like a regular mold that you would buy lipsticks.
Right.
But the
I've seen
molds are
this-
sold however you want, whatever kinds you want. If you like a star and if you want to put your own branding inside, however you want. So the way you do it is, when you receive this mold, you can see there. When you receive a mold, when you buy it, you have to unscrew everything. When you just receive the mold, you open it up, you wash it very well. Don't trust the labs. Don't trust anybody. You wash it, you literally each and every one of it, and then you oil it with an olive oil, very lightly, literally put some on the anything, tissue paper, anything, and just oil it. Then you close it back up. and I'm gonna let you guys.
Does it have to be autoclave?
It has to be because. No, you don't have to. That you meant the sentence. No, you don't have to. Unless you are using chemicals that will literally destroy the actual thing. But that's why you buy stainless steel. Never, ever, ever, ever in your life, whether you're gonna continue with me or not, buy anything that contains heavy metals. Lead, nothing, none of that. A lot of times you can get something very cheap, something like this, like 50, 60 bucks, but then they make it out of aluminum, they're making it out of heavy metal things because they're cheap. So you wanna stay out of it, so pay a little bit more, but actually get a good thing. So this is how you would create a lipstick. You cover this up, you pour your mixture. You pour your mixture in, okay? You leave it for like 15, 20 minutes, maximum 30 minutes in the refrigerator. Let it set. This is your little thermometer. Pass it around, just don't drop it. This is the thermometer that you stick inside of this while it's finished boiling to make sure that the temperature is right. Because you don't want to just put hot in there. It has to be a certain temperature. Okay? So you stick it in. It'll show you the temperature. Perfect. You pour it in. It doesn't matter if it stays here. It doesn't matter at all. Once it sets, I'm going to also show you this stirrer. I'm like obsessed with glass because glass is non-porous. It's the safest and doesn't leak anywhere. It's not going to destroy your formulation because that's also, a lot of people don't understand that with formula, touch it with can be reactive. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like acid in your pots, right? When you have Teflon or whatever, it'll react. So the same way with cosmetics, like for me, it is super important that nothing is reactive. The only thing I want it to be reactive is the actual product because I want it to take a certain shape. So when this is done, we scrape this off. We pull this up. You take the lipstick, pull it all the way out. This is the mini version. So this is for this guy. You're gonna put it in and you pull it out. And you have your lipstick and you close it. That's it.
Oh, so when it's done, it's gonna be tall.
It's gonna
so that
right.
it will
So
go
this
into
part is that tall part.
Okay.
So when you remove it, you're gonna have that little piece sticking out. So you have to pull it all the way out. You have to carefully insert it, and then just pull it out. What you could also do is if, let's say, you're just starting out and you're like nervous, you could break it. Once you insert your little containers, you just loosen this up a little bit. Just loosen it up, and then it'll be so much easier to just pull it out. But because you oiled it, that's what's gonna give it simple. If something doesn't make sense, ask me, because I don't want to confuse you. So this is for my mini collection that I'm gonna be doing, and this is the regular size lipsticks. If you guys wanna play with it, you can. This is how I make lipsticks, basically. Yeah. So this is a 12.1 millimeter size. So let's say you guys love doing cosmetics. Another thing, you don't even have to use the molds. Did you ever see I don't use them, but the ones that kind of open up and they're like a tube? They're like just flat on top. Those are the ones that you just pour it in. You pour it in, it sets, and it's done. You do not need a mold for it. It's another one to kind of keep in mind. So how are your formulations going? This morning I thought it was going to be different.
How did you think it was going to be?
No, I said you probably thought that, right?
No.
Oh, okay,
I
good.
don't think we'd be formulating.
I
Yeah, I
know.
wasn't expecting that.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah. I'm checking yours now.
Still clumsy.
Yeah. So you'll just have to play with it. The point is that you take your time mixing it slowly. No, it's actually good on the bottom. It's just on the sides that's...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's much better than it was.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit more. You know, it's the glove.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Just like kind of with your hand. You don't have to wear gloves, it's just yours. If you don't want to, it's up to you. Huh?
I didn't even.
Yes.
Oh! You show the spot?
Very close.
Yeah. So we mixed it with the finger. Actually, the minerals, these are pure minerals. Oh, it does! Look at her nails! You see? Pick the right colors.
Attracted to the same type of colors.
Yeah, oh my god, I can't live in these colors. Yes. Let's see. So what did you formulate? This is what?
This is like a cream shadow, whatever you want to
Oh,
call
that's
it.
nice, okay.
Came out a little lumpy, but when I put it on my hand, it kind of like a
It
nice
won't, yeah,
sheer consistency.
perfect. And this is your lip gloss?
That is my, no
Lip
gloss.
gloss, okay.
Goes on top of the lipstick. And then I need something else. That's with my, no, this is my lip gloss. I need
This is your lip
to
gloss.
be remixed. This was my nail polish.
Nail polish, okay, perfect. Did you actually apply it on? Oh, you left it open so it'll dry. Oh, it's a gorgeous color. Look at the color. That's a beautiful color.
So pretty.
Yeah, you guys can use. Do you have wax on this side? Oh, you do. Okay, great.
Thanks. See, very strong polish, doesn't come off.
You have nail polish in it?
I'll do that at home.
Told you it's gonna stick, right?
Yeah.
No, I was kidding. No, I think.
No, it's coming off, it's okay.
Is
The
it?
wedding makeup stays like for sometimes 24 hours. Can be-
Yeah.
Can be very long.
But that's actually a nail polish.
Yeah.
But you know what? Some people do use it. It's weird, I know.
Use what?
Nail polish for makeup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like on the face?
It
Yeah.
doesn't sound safe.
Yeah, it's not safe. It's really not. Unless maybe if Zoya or one of those like clean, healthy, yeah. Yeah. So tell me your thoughts. What are your thoughts about the first part?
It seems very easy to do.
It is a little easy, right? I mean, it's easier than you thought.
Right.
It's easier than you thought. I mean, it doesn't really take a rocket science to do it. It does take a scientist, but you honestly don't even have to be a chemist to do this. You really don't. So. Thank you. Ooh. So what are you making now?
This is lip gloss. Should be an interesting color.
So mix slow.
That's gonna be my problem. Like,
It's not a problem. It just takes. Listen, you've been only mixing it for what, 20 minutes, but you've already done very well. So the reason why you want to mix it slowly is because the minerals take a little bit of time to heat up.
they have to dissolve, right?
Yeah, they just have to warm up. Oh my gosh, it's coming out gorgeous. She mixed 2 different colors.
Or 3.
3 different colors. Oh my lord. I think we have a formulator in here. It's a gorgeous color. So for yourself, you would be actually writing that down, how much of each you took. And also you can do it by weight. So you can have a scale and you can weigh the formula if you choose to. Or you can do it by scoops. So whatever makes you, whatever makes it easier for you. All right, I'm gonna have to confiscate that. That is a gorgeous color she made. Did you see that color? She mixed 3 colors. Oh my god, I think it looks similar to that sparkly thing in my nails.
Yeah.
And your lipstick. That orange, gold.
Very nice. It's like one lipstick, but you can mix and match the clothing to it.
Yeah.
Yellow you can wear, pink you can wear.
How you doing in here?
I closed up my formulation shop.
You give up so fast. I'm so sad.
Everybody likes something else. This is not for me.
Maybe not this part. Maybe you're gonna like something on a bigger scale. You know what I mean? Because this part is just for you to kind of get your hands
Right.
on, to kind
Have
of
a
like,
little
what is
bit
it about?
Of
Like,
what's
what heck is
behind
it?
the product, right?
Yeah, because a lot of people are just scared. You don't have to stand if you don't want to. It's up to you. A lot of people get scared just thinking about it. So I wanted you to kind of like dive into it, thinking, oh, okay, it's not so scary.
It's not
okay?
something they'll have to invest because they tried it here.
Right. Well, there are different formulations. Much easier formulations. For example, what are you like most excited about when you're doing a makeup? Is it the lipstick part? Is it the bronzer? Is it the foundation? Like, what really excites you?
Good foundation.
Good foundation.
Good lipstick, colors, shades. I feel like I'm always mixing 20 shades.
To create a foundation or a lipstick?
Lipstick.
A lipstick?
Oh,
So foundation and a lipstick. So maybe you would want to start formulating a foundation and a lipstick. Now, for you personally, you would want to start, if you don't want to formulate the whole thing from scratch, which is going to be pricey, if possible, but pricey, and
I kind of want to find a product that I love, or like I love it, but I wish I can tweak it a bit,
right.
and then create that. Make
So
that
we're
my
going to
own.
actually go into that, and I'm going to explain to you, because for you, so the point of this, I'm actually glad it's just not $5,000 today, but I can actually customize the approach to both of you, like all three of you, because you kind of in the same. We're all in the beauty industry, but we're in different niches. You know what I mean? So you already know, like the foundation gets you excited, and the lipstick gets you excited, but you want it to be kind of tweaked. There's a way to do it. You know what I mean? So and we're gonna go into that.
So I do some cosmetic consulting for a cosmetic brand, and they haven't launched yet, but it's something kind of different. Like they're not making regular cosmetics, but so I do consulting for them, and what they do a lot, they call it reverse formulation, where I tell them my favorite product for my favorite foundation, and they'll like I think reverse formulate means like they'll break down the product,
Yeah.
you know. So stuff like that, like I would like to know like more information about that, like how do you go about that?
So they take a formula and they break it down.
So you can only do that with a chemist and all that, right?
Well, not really, actually. I work with a chemist who created this cheat sheet on giving you like a breakdown on how to do it on your own. So it's gonna take you a little time, but you will actually be able to buy a lipstick and then look at their ingredients and will be able to reverse it, put it down as a formula, and mix it together. It's gonna take a little time, but it's actually very doable. That's the thing about this industry.
You can't know how many, you can see the ingredients, most things come with ingredients, but you don't know their recipe for it, like how much
Yes.
of it and at what point in the process did they add that in.
Yeah, but there's a way to actually understand why they put which one in a certain order. The way he explains it, he's been a chemist, cosmetic chemist for like over 20 years, and the way he put it down on paper, I was actually blown away. He said that if it is like in the first one, then this is how much it can only be. Like there's a certain percentage that it could be when it's written on a certain like.
Oh, that's right.
You know what I mean? Like if
The
it's
first
number
two
one,
are-
there's
are
only
more,
this much, right? So the first ingredient is usually the most,
Your
Right.
bulk.
the biggest, like the water or whatever they're putting. That would be the
It's
most,
like that with food ingredients.
The
Like
food ingredients
first
is the
two
same.
are
the,
right.
the biggest. And then he says it could only be this percentage, and then you play. So the room to play is much smaller now, right?
You can
The
figure
room
it
to
out.
guess is much smaller now, and then you say, okay, if it didn't work out. Because with cosmetics, even if you don't get the right formulation exactly, if the color is there and if consistency is there, you're fine. You have to actually get it exactly. I mean, there are a million of brown shades, million of like blue shades, whatever, right? But if you're okay with a certain one, you're fine. So you can continue tweaking it until exactly the same thing comes, but at least you will know what's the percentage this is. So let's say the water part can be 80%. Right, maximum. You're not gonna put 90% in it. You're gonna put maximum 80%, and then the rest 20% you'll have to break up.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then he goes into like literally like what's the percentage of this, the second ingredient can be in there, or specific ingredient, how much can the product handle? And he tells you it could only handle 0.1%, so you cannot go any more than 0.1%. So it sounds like crazy, but actually, when you have the right tools, it is so much, it's so simple. So a lot of companies try to like kind of, you know, oh, we have a proprietary blend. Great, we can still crack it. I'm not saying go crack every single code on the planet, but I'm saying if you really, really want to know, you actually can with a little bit of work. You will have to put a little work into it, you know. But knowing these things are going to help you as a chemist, as a product developer, especially if you want to create these two products. These two products are the hottest sellers, you know that. Foundation will always be the hottest seller, especially with the dark, for the dark skin. Oh my God, it's huge. Look, it was a funny thing when Rihanna came out with her Fenty collection. People were probably thinking, okay, another makeup line, but they didn't understand that there's such a huge gap for so many shadows, shades. That was the best thing she ever did, right? I mean, her collection is sick. I mean, it's so beautiful. And what if she would have said, well, there's so many, you know, foundations are out there. She didn't say that. She created it. That's the whole point. You never know what your customer is going to need. You just have to dig deep and see what you're missing. You know what I mean? Where's the niche? Dig down into it and say, okay, that's what I want to create. They're missing yellow foundations. They're missing this base. They're missing a red base. There is no like, I don't know, whatever. You know, your niche is your niche. My niche, I create foundation, I create cosmetics for spa industry. That's my niche. My natural organic line, I specifically formulated it for the spa industry, for people with rosacea, for people with sensitive skin, for people who want to glam up immediately after facial or microdermabrasion. That's my niche. I'm not in competition with you, right? Because you don't really care about that. And I'm not in competition with you because you don't really care about it either, right? You're like, okay, fine, great, spa, wonderful. What you want to do maybe is like a red lip or, I don't know, nude lip or some kind of a shadow, right, collection or whatever. You want to stick to foundations because you know, okay, I want a specific finish. So you already know your niches, right? And we're going to dive into it a little bit after. So understanding and giving yourself a little bit of time and kind of like be patient, that's the key. Of course, you can outsource everything. You absolutely can. You can find a private label manufacturer who's probably already making it, right? You absolutely can. And one of those things I'm going to cover a little bit later is that there are so many private label companies that one can choose. And maybe that's the best way to go. The only thing is maybe you want to change the packaging so that people don't say, oh wait, her packaging is exactly like the girl next door, they're probably using the same brand. So even in private labeling, you can still niche it down, you know, and be known for like, I don't know, like Kat Von D, she's a tattoo artist, right? You know Kat Von D. She's a tattoo artist, so she's known for her packaging. She has killer packaging. It's so edgy. It's so her. Like you see it, it's like, oh yeah, that's Kat. That's her. Anastasia. What did she start with? She was the queen of brows. She was known for brows. Her first product was brows. That's her niche. Now she has a bunch of things, but people still know her as the brow queen, right? Mm-hmm. Black Opal. What are they known for? What's their niche? Yeah, they have everything, but what's their niche? Women of color. That's their niche. They're killing it with it. Killing it. They have all these shadows, right? They found their niche. So even though all these brands have the exact same things, but they have this one thing that they brand as their own. And if I'm doing a bride who has a very dark skin, immediately Black Opal will come, or Imani, it will immediately come into my mind because they are brands. Like if you go on their social media, the whole story is there. If you go to Anastasia, you want to do brows, like the whole thing is there. She's killing it. So when you understand your niche, like what do you want to be known for? What is the problem you want to solve? This is how I always tell people. What is the problem that you want to solve? I wanted to solve a problem where I can apply makeup immediately after the facial. I was able to solve that problem. I didn't just want to create a makeup line. I didn't want to create a makeup line. It wasn't in my head. I wanted to do hair for the rest of my life. I love doing hair. But then the opportunity came and I said, oh my God, like I'm a people's pleaser. I want to please everybody. Like, so when my clients were just telling me, Elena, we really want to put makeup after the facial, I was like, oh, okay. You know, like, oh, I feel so bad. Like, so what do I do? So I Googled, what do we do? We Google, right? I started Googling. There was nothing. So that's why I always encourage whenever I speak, whenever somebody tells me, well, how do you start a brand? It doesn't matter. What do you want to solve? Is there a problem that you want to solve? You know? So if you're into foundation, what kind of foundation do you want to do? Is it for dry skin? Is it for oily skin? Is it for women of color? Is it for very, very pale Irish white? Like, because they're also suffering, right? They're also that is also kind of like, even though there's so much foundation, but that pale white, we just formulated a porcelain foundation. It's still not as light as some of my clients. It's kind of crazy. Like, it is so light, but thank God it's mineral based. It's cosmetic pharmaceuticals. So when I apply on it, once it warms up, it works with the chemistry of the face. So it blends into the face automatically. It's an automatic blender, which is what I love. But still, I want it to be like an exact match right away. You know what I mean? Like, so we formulate and we formulate. So these two like extreme cases, I guess, right? The very dark women of color and very light women, like Irish pale white, right? Nothing there. It's really hard to get, like 3-4 brands you'll find. So that could be your niche, you know, because you want to be known for something. For example, the people that I have personally coached, a lot of them are makeup artists. And so they always ask, so how do I, like when I have a person in the chair, it's so crazy, it's so hectic, it's so, yeah. But you do have a consultation before, right? You have a consultation in advance, right? You have a consultation. So you know like what brand colors, you send her like a presentation, right? So you understand what she wants. You already did a trial for her, hopefully. So when you go back and you already have a stock or you want to formulate something for them, minor things, tweak things here or there. You don't have to create a whole brand new formula. And you come to her, you already have to, like, think as a businesswoman, right? Your gift bags have to be ready. Okay, this is for these bridesmaids, this is for the bride. Now if you're charging her $500 a face, you can just give this to her as a gift. Your name is on it. Where's she gonna go? She's gonna go to you. Because she's gonna love it. What's a conversation starter when you have to call her back? Oh, hey Ayana, how was the honeymoon? Oh, everything's great. Oh my God, I'm so happy. By the way, I just want to let you know, we got a brand new shade for you. I think you're gonna love it. And what are you gonna say? Oh my God, really? Oh, that's great. What did I just do? I just made a continuity. You keep buying from me. Am I gonna get married again? I don't know, maybe, God forbid, but you know, you don't know, right? I mean, brides are pretty much one-time deal, right? Maybe they'll have another occasion, but usually brides invest into bridal the most, and everything else they're gonna find a cheaper makeup artist. So how do you keep her? You don't, unless you give her your product with your name on it. So whether it's a private label, or it's a ready formula, or it's a chemist made, it doesn't really matter. Your name is on it, she cannot go anywhere else. That's your hook. We're gonna go into detail a little bit later.
My dad's calling. At what point might it be interesting for him?
So,
which hour of the day?
right now we're gonna take a break for like maybe 40 minutes. You can go eat something. He can come right after that.
Okay.
Okay?
When's
And
it
we're gonna
be
go
back?
in.
We should just tell him.
Let me
to
tell
see.
you.
11:30.
We actually finished very early.
Things are gonna take faster with a smaller group.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We took us. Tell him to come like
I don't know if he needs to come.
20, 20. It preserves the product. Okay, so it's very cheap. They dump a lot of it in it, but it's an endocrine disruptor. So it mimics estrogen. You know what estrogen is? It's a female hormone. It mimics estrogen. It's literally the chemical composition of it looks exactly the same as a paraben. It's so scary. I'm not gonna scare you and you're gonna go around to your home, right? Okay, I can't. No, but the parabens are very, very important to understand that just because it's cheap, it doesn't mean it's good. A a lot of people are like, oh, it's, you know, it doesn't mean it's, you have to go expensive. When it comes to cosmetic ingredients, the way I do it, integrity is everything. Like, I would rather bring the cost a little bit higher, but have the product that is like the best that I can possibly source, then I'm just not gonna make anything there. That's just, and this is how I think. Otherwise, I don't need it. You understand? So hopefully we'll share the same, you know, vision for our makeup lines or cosmetic lines. It doesn't really matter if you make a nail polish. The basic is there. Okay? So if you guys want to take a break, want to eat something, there's like a million places here. Thank you for the neighborhood. Do you want something in particular?
That, or like their keychain, because every guy's holding on to keys, opens up into like a blotting powder. Like the product doesn't look what it is. Like nobody could tell that it's like a pen that opens up and it's a concealer, right? Like they can keep it on in their pocket, it's a pen, but inside. So mostly they're not focusing as much on the formula as on the packaging. But I'm on the team for help with the formula. But they'll rather spend money like making it look like a very sleek, nice pen,
Not so much as health.
and then like a basic concealer inside. Just like products for like.
Are these people actually cosmetic chemists?
So they have a team of,
Oh, okay.
you know, so they're the
So
ones
that's-
dealing a lot with. That's where I learned the term like reverse formulation, and a lot of the reason why I joined the team wasn't, I mean, they're paying, but it was more for the interest of the behind the scenes of, you know, what information I can learn from them, you know, if I want to do my own thing. So like I didn't know about reverse formulation, things like that, and those are the terms I'm hearing from them. Like after I give them a product that I really like, they'll be like, we're gonna try to reverse formulate that, you know. But it's cool that they're trying to make these products for regular guys.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
I would love to see them actually.
Once they launch, I'll give you the info. But
I'm just thinking about my husband, like he, like for the life of him, he will never put a makeup on. Like not even.
right, so
something
their
that-
idea is that it shouldn't
so
look like you own it. You know, it's just a pen, let's say, and like the blotting powders would be like a keychain attached to their car keys, but it would open up like everything very small and sleek.
Is there a market for it? Did they do
So
a market research?
they've done their research. This is actually the guy who started this is actually a big lawyer. He works in like a big law firm, and he said that like all the guys would like before they would have like a presentation or before they go to court, they need to look really sharp, and the guys are all like running to the bathroom with their girlfriend's products and like, you know, yeah, like they have like little samples of their girl stuff, and that's where he came up with the idea, like why are we all like hiding our little, you know, they just want like little touch-ups, not coverage. Like he said, tinted moisturizer. The guys are all doing it to look a little bit darker and whatever, just to have a nice glowy complexion. Not foundation, just to have a nice glowing complexion. Or if they have a bad one bad zit that they wanna, you know, just like avoid when they're presenting in court. It's not just for lawyers, but he was just saying like where he saw the need. And he took like he works in a big firm, and he took like he had like a questionnaire like with questions like just for fun to see like if there was a need. And most of the guys were using at least 1 or 2 products that they were like embarrassed to pick up in the pharmacy, and you know, he said like, why should they be embarrassed? There should be like, you know, a market, you know, there is a market for it, he says, and I don't know, he went for it. He got like big investors involved, like, so I saw that it was expensive, because they're, you know, I see the investments, the numbers, whatever, it's
Very interesting.
It's an interesting.
I get the packaging, but I don't know if it's such a huge market. I don't know.
I think it's a genius idea.
It's a big market for
It
you
is a
guys
big
to
market.
do the
Yeah.
interviews in front of the camera all the time.
Yeah.
A lot of
yeah, for
a
that,
lot
but
of
for,
people
like, every
are
day,
on Instagram and
A lot of
Facebook,
men are,
and they need to clean up.
they're also
Like
very
they
like,
go glossy.
with shaving, you know, you want to cover up like a bad shave, things like that. And they don't have the means to the products unless it's called concealer. Like go out and buy a concealer, but if they could buy a men's pen thing that covers up, you know, it's just you know, you say here, buy the pen and just like draw on your face. You don't call it concealer. It's taking away that stigma of the guy's wearing makeup. He's not
You know
wearing
what I would
makeup.
recommend?
He's wearing male products to, you
You know
know.
what I would recommend? If you want a suggestion, to use mineral-based, not regular formulation, because that takes matching. Minerals, pure minerals, not junk like bare essentials where they have a lot of like actually pure pigments. They'll blend right into the skin. They don't have to work too hard. Men don't want to be like sitting there blending.
Right.
So if I mean, maybe much easier because it just blends into the
Less
face.
of the consistent.
Less of the consistency, not so heavy, and it works with the chemistry of your face. Once it warmed up in your face, it just becomes one with your skin.
But is the mineral mostly powder form?
Well, you mix it with the bases, and then you make it into whatever you want. You know, so you can press it, you can make it a liquid. I have a liquid foundation, I have like a bunch of stuff. That's what I use, and I absolutely love it. I love it. Like when I apply foundation, I just mix two different foundations. One is my skin tone, one is a little bit darker. And when I applied it, it looked a little bit yellow, but I know how it works, so it just became my face. Like it literally just melted right into my skin. And I don't have to worry about the cakiness and whatever, I don't have to work too hard on it, you know? But with a regular foundation, it's you have to match it exactly. It doesn't, like once you put it on, that's how it's gonna look. So from that point, like I had a photographer that I did work with LA Cosmetics for one of the shoots, and he had like dark circles. So I said, let me put concealer under your eyes from the organic line. He was like, really? I said, yeah, let me put it on. So I put it on, and melted right into his skin. He didn't even notice. He kept looking in the mirror, and he couldn't see it. So, and he's like a guy, like he will not even come near. So from that standpoint, I think it'll be so much easier for them, because they're not gonna sit there and, I mean, they could, but it's just easier. So, but the packaging is really fun.
Yeah, that's all, the really important part of it.
Like Redken, you know the company Redken. They come
Right.
out, they have this wax for the hair, and they just rebranded it, and they called it the brewery. And it
It's like
literally
the
looks
same
like
product.
a brewery. It's the same
Right.
exact thing, but it looks like they're literally brewing.
Packaging
Beer.
could be like
The
everything.
package is everything, and this guy was just brewing the beer, but it's nothing to do with beer. It's
Just
brewery,
okay,
but it's
right.
immense wax, like to hold hair. I thought it was brilliant. So yeah. So the lights out, we will be able to see.
You want to take off the lights?
Do you guys see or no? No. It's not gonna be as good, right? Without the lights.
You'll do fine.
Yeah? Okay. Alright, ready? Everybody's finishing up their lives. Okay guys, so now we're gonna go into a lot of business. So here are the 3 ways how you can start your own cosmetic line. Okay, you can take notes, whatever you wanna do. Okay, so 3 ways. The first one is private label. You heard of private labels? Anybody? You heard of private labels? Everybody heard of that? Okay, good. Second one is the combination of buying a base and adding your own color or fragrance or texture into it. The third way is manufacturing with the chemist from scratch or manufacturing on your own, with a bunch of ingredients in your kitchen or wherever. So let's get right into it. With a private label, this is when you go literally, to make it like in a nutshell, you go to a manufacturing facility who may or may not manufacture themselves, but they sell a product that you can put your label on it. It's basically all that it means. They will provide their formula. They have a couple of packaging styles, usually 2, maybe 3. Nothing like fancy or distinct. They may have like a silver or like a black or gold, something very small. Very limited on labeling, so you still have to add your own labels to it. Okay. Ingredient list is provided. It's very, very important. Also, they comply with the country's laws. So let's say you want to get it from the United States, you can. Just make sure that they comply with whatever United States needs, right? FDA, which there's really nothing there, but good manufacturing practices is a big one. In the United States, it's a little bit tricky because here we haven't changed the laws since 1963. It's kind of sad, I know. They didn't really do anything. So when I started my own cosmetic line and I called the FDA and I said, I want to be certified in whatever you're certifying, they said, we don't really certify. We just have like 8 of ingredients that we frown upon and 2 ingredients that we really kind of insist that you don't put into your makeup, but really just there's nothing more. So I was really shocked. So what I decided to do is to dig deep and went through the European Union. So I took a whole different route to certify my line. So with private label, there's certain considerations. A lot of people think of private label, oh my god, it's so easy, I'm just gonna slap my name on it. No, not really. It's still a lot of work. It's still you still need to do your research. You have to know the product requirements. There are specific product requirements that you have to understand. You also have to know how not to get overcharged. Sometimes with private labels, you can negotiate the price. Sometimes you cannot. That's one thing that a lot of people don't know. So if, let's say, it's a smaller manufacturing facility and they can sell it to you in bulk, you can negotiate the price with them. If you are working with a private label from outside of the country, you can definitely negotiate the price, for sure. And we're going to go into outsourcing in a little bit. Also, how to complete the product process so that your brand is in compliance with the labeling laws. So, what does that mean? So, in the back of the product, right, let's say this brand, I don't know what this is, nail hardener. Over here on the bottom, you see the label, right? So this label has keep from heat and flame, the color is clear, right, the basics. Made in USA, and who is the distributor, okay? This information is what you will have to add. This does not come on the private label, so you will have to know that. You have to understand that with a lot of them, most of them, there are minimums that you have to do. Okay, what does that mean? When you're talking to a private label company and you've decided to go with that company, for whatever reason, you like the selection of their colors, you like the selection of whatever they carry, they may have a minimum of between $100 to $500 just to start. Some don't have minimums. There are some in outside of the country, for sure you can get with no minimums. In the United States, there are plenty that don't have minimums. Most of them do. The second one,
Check if your mic is working.
I think I turned it on.
You did?
Yeah.
Yes.
There were buttons.
Just want to make sure that we
No, yeah, of
we have
course.
the sound.
Absolutely. It would be sad if we didn't. Okay. So let's get into the second one. The second is probably something that you would be very interested in, right? You expressed an interest. You will make a decision which one you would go further with once we complete these 3 sections. And of course for you guys also. So with the second one is the most preferred by makeup artists, I would say. The most preferred by startup creatives. Basically what it is you get a base, something that you just did, okay? But it's gonna be in a much simpler scale. You buy a base for whatever you want to do. Lipstick base. It's absolutely clear, doesn't have any color in it. It's usually white or it's clear. So it's already shelf stabilized. What that means is they already created the ingredients, they put it on a shelf. It takes about 6 months. It's just sitting there. And then they check it. They open it and they check it. If it started to separate, like sometimes you see like you buy a product and there's oil, they didn't test for shelf life long enough. Or maybe they tested it halfway and said, great. So this one has already been tested. Now you just put whatever ingredient you want in it. Like today we put in like the straight pigments in it and we created our own shade. If you want to create, for example, a skincare or a scrub, so what you would get is you would get the base for whatever you want to do, and then add crushed nuts in it. Make it your own. Also, you can do a little bit more complicated and get the makeup molds, right? If you want to create a lipstick. If you don't want to go with the molds, you can just put it in little pots. A lot of product startups do that. We'll take little pots like this 1 gram size or whatever. They come in different shapes, sizes, colors, whatever you want. You fill them, you start there. And you really don't have to be a chemist to do this. You don't, because the chemistry part, the most difficult part of it is the base. Everything else is playtime. You're mixing in the colors, you crush some minerals, you put like essential oil in it, you put fragrance if you want, which I will encourage you to do whatever you want, but I encourage you to stay away from fragrances because they are considered toxic. You can use essential oils, okay, or just extracts. They're also really, really good. Again, depends. You make a decision on what kind of product you want to create. You want it to be more natural, kind of more universal. More natural is more universal. And when it comes to the chemical and synthetics, that's already going to be up to you what you want to put in it. But my take on it, stay away from the things that are more toxic, because as you see the trend is going towards more natural, right? You see it everywhere. I'm gluten-free, whatever, like all kinds of things are coming up. So, the combination using a ready base, what that means is you can combine a private label product and a ready base. For example, like when you were formulating, you said, oh my god, I don't want to do, what was it, like a nail polish or whatever, something wasn't working out for you, right, in the formulation? So you were like, forget it. But the gloss came out nice. So let's say you're going to make a decision to, let's say, private label nail polish, right? But you're going to make lip glosses. So you can do the same, so you can do that, you can have that choice. You don't have to stick to one or the other. You can actually do both. It depends on what you want to do. But in here, you will have to test for shelf life. You will have to understand how to do that. What that means is, it gets a little bit more complicated. So what I always recommend is, if you're just starting out, start out with a private label, and then kind of work your way up, okay, to the ready base, and then into the chemist or yourself from scratch. Also, you have to understand that not all pigments and colorants and fragrances are made the same. Okay, as you saw now, these pigments are very close to universal. But if you put these pigments into the soaps, they'll disappear. That's the interesting part. If you put them in the soaps, they'll completely disappear because of the hydroxide. Even though it's all natural, it
Meaning
just
it'll
eats it up.
become colorless?
It becomes colorless. It just disappears. Just completely. So you have to understand which base to buy. Okay, so if you're gonna go and create your own skincare line, in terms of like the lotions, whatever, you want it to be pretty blue or pretty whatever, yellow, understand that there is gonna be a pigment for that product. It's not one size fits all. Okay. The last but not least is manufacturing. Okay, so you can manufacture many different ways. For example, let's start with the private label. You can manufacture in the private label. So some private labels offer you to have the say on what goes into your makeup. If they are either that big or that small, it doesn't really matter. It's their choice. So I know plenty of private label companies that will do that for you for a certain minimum. And the minimums are a little bit high. Okay, for example, they'll tell you 544 pieces, 5,000 pieces of one thing, literally, like for me to create this one
One
gloss
thing in one shade, right.
Right, like one.
That's
like,
why I said it's costly, because you're not
Very.
gonna make one shade, you're gonna make at least
a
six.
bunch, right?
And
So
then
this is
you're
like,
like 100,000 for one item. And
Yeah.
only, right.
yeah, no, 100%. That's why it's kind of like the most expensive way. But with private labels, it's still less expensive. Why? Because they already have all the bases. So when you go to them and say, you know what, can we tweak this color and make it a little bit more ocean blue, like, you know, the Pantone color wheel, right? Like when you wish up for the wall color. It's a universal colors, and you'll never do it online. You literally have to do it with the physical Pantone. That's one thing. If you'll take away one thing, this should be like one of those things. In formulation, in anything that you'll ever do, you need to have that Pantone color wheel. What it is it has all this bunch of colors, and it has that Pantone code. You're familiar with what I'm saying, right? You want to send that code to them. So you're going to physically look at it. It's not going to be online, because on the here, it's totally different, right? So when you send them that shade, they're going to say, okay, great. Now they know the shade, because they also have the Pantone wheel, and they're going to start matching it up. When they start matching it up, they're going to send you a sample. When you approve the sample, this is where the fun begins. They start creating more and more of that. So the process basically with the chemist is you find the chemist. Usually it's a cosmetic chemist. I strongly encourage. But the only thing is that there are not a lot of cosmetic chemists if you're gonna go that route. There are not a lot of real cosmetic chemists. A lot of them have like degree in chemistry or degree in something else, and they're gonna be basically playing around with it. So it's very hard to find. So you have to know who you really could trust. You have to really explain your vision. So let's say you really want specifically with the really crushed sparkle inside of your lipstick. That's what you want. You want like a diamond dust. Okay? That's not good enough. You really have to go to the lab. They have a bunch of things in front of you, and you pick, you feel, you look at it, you smell it. You have to be so specific, because each one of those really can run you in the thousands and the tens of thousands just to create a shade. Because obviously you're paying for their knowledge, right? For their expertise. Also, you have to understand, if you're creating, for example, a BB cream, for example, I'll tell you from a personal experience. We created a BB cream and we wanted it to be SPF, with SPF and a vitamin A and a bunch of stuff. Okay. So we created it, and then I said, I really want vitamin A in it. They said, fine, retinol, right? So we put retinol in it, but it was such a minute amount, it was a very small amount in it. And then one of my clients, she looked at the ingredients and she said, why do you have retinol in it? I was like, it's vitamin A, it's great for skin. She said, yeah, but it's a daytime product. That didn't even occur to me. So the chemist did whatever I wanted because I know vitamin A is great, but I didn't even think that vitamin A is actually very unhealthy to use when you're outside. This is for nighttime products. So these are the things you want to ask your chemist, like, do you think the vitamin A is actually supposed to be there? So all the knowledge that I have from the beauty industry, it's still not going to work because some clients, it just happens, you know what I mean? So I was actually really grateful, so I went back to the lab and I said, let's get rid of retinol completely. And they were kind of shocked, like, you really wanted it in? I said, yes, but, you know, I also comply with EWG, you know, the Environmental Working Group. And they're the pain in the neck because they actually take your product, they take your ingredients, they break it down, and they give you the toxicity level. They literally rate you. They rate this number 5, number 4, number 3. It's crazy. So thank God I'm in the 0 and the 1, no toxicity level. But I want to be compliant with those. So if that's the decision I'm going to make, then my formulation, everything, even with the private label, if the decisions that I'm going to make deliberately, that I want to be approved by EWG, approved by Skin Deep, approved by PETA. I'm also PETA certified, you know, the cruelty-free. These are the decisions you have to make in the beginning. This is very important. If you're going to make those decisions, I want to be this certified. Going forward, whether you're going to take the route of private label, whether you're going to do ready base, or you're going to do work with a chemist, your vision has to be the same everywhere. Does that make sense? If you have a question, tell me right away, right? So here, at the end, once you created your product, you're going to want to go into labeling and packaging and whatever. They can do all that for you. Sometimes they can't. Sometimes they're just going to create your formula, they're going to give you the bulk, and then you have to send it out to the fulfillment. Sometimes they do everything in-house. When it's in-house, of course, it's better, because then it's kind of like one lump sum. You kind of, you know, you can break it down into payments or whatever. But with packaging, this is where it gets a little bit more, you can get creative, okay? So it's an exciting part. So in the place where you work, right, for the people, now they're creating all these clickers and all these pens and all this, it's exciting. So this is the part where you can outsource, and I'll cover it in a little bit. What that means is you can bring in the packaging from all over the world, okay? Wherever the money is the least expensive, right? Because the dollar is higher, so over here you're going to pay more. Quality-wise, you'll have to know the basics. What does that mean? It means, what are they compliant with? Because the packaging has to be compliant. Okay. Also, remember I spoke to you about reactive, non-reactive? Remember? Do you want your package? Do you care if it's reactive or non-reactive? Many people don't. Many people are like, I'll just ship it from here and from there. I don't really care. And that's fine, because a lot of customers don't care either. And if this is who you want to attract, great. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. But the knowledge is power. So doing your research in what you want to do, that is the most important thing that you can gift yourself. Okay? So far, any questions? Okay, good. I guess I know what I'm doing. Right. Okay, so I love this quote, and that's why I put it in here. People think focus means saying yes to the thing you've got to focus on. But that's not what it means at all. It means saying no to the 100 other good ideas that there are. You have to pick carefully. Anybody can relate to that? Yes. Yeah. I am like walking testimony of that. Like I have 1,000,005 ideas, and it is so hard to just put 1,000,004 away and just concentrate on this one. But that's how you become successful. You know what I mean? Like when when I decided to make this event? Last week. Literally a week ago, because I was so scared to do it. And I was like, who's gonna come? Who needs my version? All these things in my head, right? And then my coach said, Yelena, you don't mind. Even if nobody shows up, just talk to the walls and still do the presentation. Like, you have to just dive into it. You know what I mean? But it was so hard for me because I had so many projects to do, and I was like, this one I'm not sure about. This is a startup. This is brand new. I just have this passion that I want to help. But what if nobody really cares? So when I read that quote, I was like, you know what? It totally makes sense. Like you just have to focus on this one thing and just keep going. And you know what? You're gonna attract your tribe, right? You're just gonna attract your tribe. It's just gonna happen. But if you don't focus, you know what happens? Your energy gets split. It gets split. We believe in energies, right? Like, whatever. It gets split, and what happens is, at the end of the day, you're exhausted. Business is down the drain. Kids are yelling and screaming. Friends no longer call, right? Like, it's a pain in the neck. That's why when we have this one clear vision, and we actually stick to it no matter what. I mean, I'll tell you a little story. Salon, my first salon. And I loved it. It was like it was my baby. It was 2009, no, 2008. And so when I opened my salon, oh my God, I was putting so much into it. It was like, this is where I actually got the idea, because I was doing a lot of facials to create my own line. And then one day, when I was already like on the top of my game, everything was going so well. I was like almost a year into it. I get a call at 4 a.m, and my landlord says that there was a fire, and everything burned down. Everything. I was 24. I was like, oh my God, no, 25. I said, my life was over. My life was over. I was like, well, what else am I supposed to look up to? There's nothing else to look forward to, nothing. I thought this was it. This was the end of the world. So between the moment that the fire happened and until I started my new venture, my new salon, it was about maybe 2 years. In this 2 years, I got married, I had 2 children. Life kind of got packed. But in the back of my neck, it was like, in the back of my head, I was like, oh my God, like, am I really never going to be able to create a line of foundations that I really wanted to create? Because, you know, when you have, like, you have a life, you have responsibilities, now you have to start from scratch. It was just so many things happening. To focus on that one thing was really hard. It was super hard, you know? So when you're choosing the path, and you're saying, you know what, I really want to solve this problem for people. I'm not going into it for money. I'm not going into it for success, for fame. Because all that comes automatically with your product, automatically. But if you're going to concentrate on that first and not with the problem that people are actually facing, you can drop it right now. It's never going to happen. You're never going to be successful.
I disagree.
Anywhere.
I am money motivated.
But do you care about your clients?
I do, but
do you care if they look good, if their makeup stays on the whole night?
I'm talking about like not that, and like if I were to make product, I'd be more focused on the money than, because I find that I'm not talking about like the jobs that I do. That I have to focus differently. Like I'm really making them happy and feel beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm focusing money, then they're not going to be happy. They're going to feel that. But when you're like, if I was to go with a chemist and whatever, my focus would be, what's the best product that I can make the most money out of? Because I'm not face to face with a client, so if they're happy with the product, I don't know how to explain it.
No, I know what
it's
you mean.
different.
But now think of it
I
this
could
way.
be money minded here, and nobody has to know.
But think of it this way. In order to sell it to a customer, are you going to think about the packaging that's going to attract them?
So I guess I'm already including it in my
Those are the
money hungry.
In other words, if I'm going to give you a product like this to sell or like this to sell, you're going to care which one you're going to carry.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there is going to
But at the end of the day, it's because the nicer package will bring you more money.
So you're going to invest into it.
Right.
Okay.
But really, it's money motivated, not so much. Yeah,
Well,
the
we're
client will
in-
be happy, you
Right.
know, but
At the end of the day, do you want a good review?
you could still be money motivated.
Sure, your money. Well, you're going to make money anyway, right? You're
So
going to have financial goals.
That could be your main.
Yeah, you have to have financial goals. That's a separate thing. If you don't have goals, it's not a charity. You know what I mean?
Right,
It's not a charity. You're
I
not
don't care how
running a
happy
charity.
you are. Where's my money?
Exactly. Like, I can't pay the bills with a thank you. But the initial start is what I always tell everyone.
Like the
You're
passion.
The passion.
that
There
part.
has to be there. Because you know what? You will the person cannot be happy even when they have $5 million if they weren't happy in the beginning. It's just never enough. Something has to drive you.
Right.
Passion will drive you. If I didn't have all this passion, I wouldn't be here. Honestly, I'm okay. Like, I wouldn't be here. I care to the point where I'm like, you know what? Even if like one person, I don't care. I don't even care. If I can help one person, I'm so happy. Do you know what I mean? Like there has to be something that's gonna drive you forever. Not just like, okay, so I'm gonna make $1 million. Great, I made $1 million. Now I'm gonna make 2. You make 2. Now I made 5. Now you make 5. You're always hungry. You know? You're always hungry. So let's get into the 6 steps. So now you know what you're gonna do. Now you know what you're gonna do, right? Remember we were talking about Black Opal and Anastasia, right? Okay. So this is step 1. This is the system. This is the system that I have grown my business with, the Analyte Cosmetics. The first one is you have to identify your niche. If you ask Black Opal owner and if you ask Anastasia, Imani, Bare Essentials, they're all gonna tell you, we're in it to make money. They're not a charity, but they still chose a niche. They didn't just say, we're a makeup line, buy us, right? Because believe me when I tell you, when you go to the chemist and say, what's the best product to sell, do you know how many people are also asking that question? Everyone? Everybody wants to make money. But how are you going to be different from me? We're both making the same thing. How are we different? Why should she buy it from me or from you? So between Black Opal and Anastasia, no difference. If you just look at the makeup, no difference. But you know what they did? Anastasia is the queen of brows. Black Opal is the queen of women of color. Yes? Yes. So when you think of the, oh my god, I need a brow pencil or whatever, Anastasia comes to mind before Black Opal. But if you have a woman of color sitting in front of you, man, I should have gotten that foundation from Black Opal. Not Anastasia. It's just the way they branded, they told a story. They wanted you to associate themselves with. It's very important. I want you to start thinking about, could you give them out those 6 steps? I want them to have it. The 6 steps. What will make your makeup stand out? So if you were to create a product, what would be your like niche? Just like from the top of your head, from your experience.
I like the idea of liquid like highlighter, liquid blush, liquid lipsticks, stuff like that.
Dewy, gooey,
Yeah.
nice, young, vibrant, nice. So let's say if you were given an opportunity to create one product, what would it be?
Liquid highlight.
Highlight?
Mm-hmm.
And why?
Because I think that with highlighters, when you put them on, the powders, they kind of get kind of cakey. But the liquid ones, they look very natural. They go into the skin nice. They have a more natural glow.
And why do you want to do it? Like, why is there a passion behind it?
I think I just love makeup.
And it's pretty universal.
Yeah.
It's pretty universal. You can put it on the mature skin, it's fine. Like, you can put it on so many of course, clients can tell you otherwise, but in general, it's much more universal than the powders, for sure. So I totally agree with you. What about you?
I would like to have cosmetics. I guess this is coming from my background with makeup, so I'm looking to create things that stay on for longer than they're lasting on the face. Like we said before, like I like to focus on foundation and a nice lip. So let's say the long-lasting lipsticks that are on the market now are very drying, like very matte and drying. So I would love to have something that feels good and moisturizing on the lip, but stays on as long as those drying things. And it kind of like contradicts each other because like drier things stay on longer than wetter things. I would love to come up with some sort of tricky kind of masterpiece for this. I don't think that exists. It's either super dry, stays on, gets cracky, or super wet and glossy and comes off really fast. So I could magically come up with something like that. And same concept in foundation, like a nice dewy glowy foundation that stays on as long as that matte harsh foundation.
So
You know?
foundation
Kind of
and
like a twist on your like dewy look, but that tends to like if you're just gonna use like a liquid highlighter, it won't last you for the day. Like by the end of the day, it's kind of just like faded into the skin because that's what it was. It was something that you wanted it to fade in. So I wanted to have that faded into skin look but still stay on
Right.
and be more of like a foundation, unless like a foundation that can have that highlighted look to it but still stay on longer than a liquid highlighter, something like that.
It's like a long-lasting product.
It's also something that, because I'm doing this for long enough and I haven't found that, that's something I wanna try to come up with.
Very interesting. I'm sure you've done your research.
And I
Maybe
feel
you're
like it's
doing
very complicated, because otherwise it would have been out there already.
it.
Because it's not like, somebody else I'm sure has tried, but
But maybe not.
maybe not, or maybe they haven't figured it out and I can, so that's.
Maybe they just, that's why niche is important. That's why niche is important, especially with you and you're already in the field. You already know what's up. You're not starting out, like you didn't just get out of school yesterday. You know, you're working with skins. So for you to be like, I really want that bride to glow, but I want it to stay on dead and not look like a cake like at the other day. And for you to preserve that youthfulness and youngness, right? You like, cause this is what you're passionate about. This is what it needs to really drill down to your niche, okay? So write those ideas down. Very important. So,
They're in my head for years. I
Huh?
don't have, they're already in my head for years.
are they written down?
They're in my head.
They have to be written down, that's the law.
We'll get it down.
So,
That's part of step one, writing it down.
yeah, oh my god. But you know, there's something to it, it's very interesting. My coach always tells me, like, Elena, it's in your head, put it down on the paper. It's like, why? I remember, I know. When you put it down, you're like, you're making it official.
I write things down, but then I never check that paper.
That's okay.
You need a paper to remind you to check the paper.
That's true, yeah, you need like a sticky note for the sticky note. Yep, 100%. So let's get into the step number 2. So now that's a product ideation. So here, you have to choose the product that you're actually going to develop. So in the first one, you know your niche, right? You know your niche, and you can follow along because you have the steps right in front of you. The niche, you now know, okay, I really want it to be gooey, glowy, dewy, whatever. Something young and youthful. That's actually all those words that you mentioned. Those are the words that you're gonna use in your marketing. That's how it works. So when I say like take your passion and really turn into like capitalize on your passion, there's something to it. Like it's not just like, oh my god, I'm so passionate, so I'm just gonna have a daytime job and kill myself but have my passion. No, it's actually you are literally taking that passion of yours and turning it into gold. You know what I mean? So in here you will have to tweak it even deeper. So now that you know you want a youthful glow, now what kind of product do you want? Is it a blush that's gonna be glowing? Is it a highlighter that's gonna be glowing? Is it both that's gonna be glowing? What is it that is actually gonna be glowing that you want?
Highlight.
The highlighter. Okay. So you see how specific you are? You already know. There's no question. You're not thinking. You already know. That's because that intuition kicks in. Intuition comes from experience, right? Some of us are blessed. I've met a couple of people. I don't know how they do it. Never been in the industry, and then they just come up with a product and it sells like hotcakes. It's amazing. For the rest of us normal people, it doesn't work that way, right? It doesn't work that way. We have to, like, kind of happens, right? Your experience with brides, like it just happens. With your experience in microblading, it just kind of happens that way, right? So, with you, I know you want to create something in microblading. But I know, like, you're kind of new in this, but think about one product.
I want pigments that last very long, very good quality. A lot of them absorb really fast. Within 2 weeks after the surgery that they spend over $500 on, it just fades. And
Pigment for what?
Pigments for to put the ink in for
Considered
permanent.
surgery?
No, this is just needles going into your skin. You're like putting pigments in. The microblading doesn't last a long time. It's cosmetic, but tattooing goes under your skin deeper. So a lot of pigments, they fade over time. People spend a lot of money in different companies. They also try out so many different pigments. So for me, like you went through all these bases. Most of them have either iodine or water base, so they get absorbed really fast. So for me, it's a lot of investing in money.
You want a
Investing
pigment
in
that
products.
stays on like a tattoo.
Yeah, pigments that are not harmful and color doesn't die out.
Fade.
It doesn't fade over time. It stays the same because a
How
lot of
long
them
does
they
the
fade.
average microblading?
It should
last?
stay at least over a year. Within. It depends on the skin, but 9 months at least it should stay for the money that you're investing. So I don't want it to fade into red or blue
I've
or
seen
gray.
blue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Clients
because
coming
it's
with blue
because
eyebrows.
it's a lot of fake stuff.
or like burgundy.
Yeah.
Like the brown turns like burgundy.
Yeah.
That's scary.
It's the base. The base is important.
I've seen those with tattoos, not microbladed.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
talking about
Tattoos
tattoos.
mostly, yes.
Right.
Well,
Tattoos mostly.
permanent makeup also, right? You're doing permanent makeup as well.
Permanent
Because
makeup,
she
yeah.
does also permanent makeup with like
Tattoos.
tattooing also.
Tattoo
Tattoo,
machine,
right?
yeah.
Is it like a tattoo or is it like microblading?
No,
Is it
it's
going
tattoo.
deep? So it is, okay. So you want to create a product that doesn't exist. So you did your research. It's lower or there's
No,
still room
there
for
are.
research?
There are.
So
But
what do you
the thing
want to
is,
improve?
nobody actually, there's no company that regulates what goes into the pigments. It's just a matter of each company, how well they are ethical about what goes into the pigment.
I'm assuming you're talking about United States.
Well, a lot of them
Because
are
European
coming from,
Union is very strict.
I'm seeing the same products that people brand here I found them in China. Same packaging, same, like, everything. That's
China's
why
also tricky. We can get into that.
yeah.
China's a whole different animal. No, I mean, that's amazing. So you found the problem. So you want to solve a problem. That's amazing. So that's your niche. You want to either create or find a product that maybe you can private label. I don't know. We'll have to
Or-
see. To really kind of, yeah, listen, if you want to open a beauty supply, that's amazing. Beauty supply is huge. For your industry. Your industry is growing, like, right? I mean, we keep hearing about it for the past 10 years. I've been hearing, now it's like every other person is like, oh, I'm doing microblading. Like, wow, like it's really grown. So for you to branch out of that and not just say, I'm gonna grab a bunch of clients for microblading, which is great, you should, but you also want to create home for all those microbladers, right? Is that the best term to use, microbladers? Microblading professionals. Yeah, whatever. Stewardess and how do they want to be called now? Flight attendants, whatever. Potato. So, but you want to create a home for them. So because they're like, you already facing it, right? You're facing that problem. Like, okay, where do I go? Who do I ask? I don't know. Like, a bunch of you don't know if they're all private label. You don't know anything. So you already see the problem and you just got into the field. So you're already niching down. You know, like, what do you want to be known for? What do you want to be known for? What do you like? You have to always ask yourself, what do I want to be known for? What do you want to be known for? That is the most important question you can ask yourself in the beginning. So now you chose the product, right? So Ayana wants to create a highlighter. You want to create a foundation, right? That stays on dead and a lip product, right? That's not drying, yet it stays on like, because the dry formulas are definitely better. Yes, I agree with you. Much better. This one when I was formulating, oh my god. Like this is a liquid lip that we formulated. I actually use a manufacturing facility here in Florida. And I told them the same thing. I said, I can't stand liquid lipsticks because they look like you have like little checkers on your lips. It's terrible. Formulate until you die. Like I was so on top of them. And when they sent me the first one, I didn't want to look at it because they took a picture of a model and it looked like a sponge, like not a lips. And I was like, well, what kind of nonsense? They're like, no, it's not her. It's just her lips. I was like, no. So I sent it, I didn't even test it, and they sent it back. There's like, just try it. It came out great. So I put it on my lips. I was like, oh my god, it worked. So I was actually able to like we were able to sell it, and it's one of our #1 sellers. You can improve on that. Like we just created metallics, which she's wearing. Actually, she's wearing one of my metallics. Also liquid lip metallics. You can look at her lips. It doesn't look like they're chopped and dead. You know what I mean? And we just ate with it on, and it's fine.
Yeah,
But you can even improve it further. Right? You can improve it even further. Like you can find so many ingredients that will actually, and it could be just, yeah, exactly, like hydration to your lips. So you don't have to like think about it like, okay, checkered lips. Like it's like the worst look a woman can have, right? No matter how much it will actually moisturize when you apply liquid lips most of the time, and you know that as well, Yana. It turns into, you know, the driest lip that you can possibly find. So. Let's get into number 3. So here in the step 3, you will have to make a decision whether you're going to formulate it yourself, okay? Or you're going to do the ready formula, you're going to work with a chemist. What are you going to do? How are you going to create your formula? Where do you go to create your formula? Who do you talk to? There's specific trade shows, there's specific expos, there's specific get-togethers, meetup. There's so many different places that you can go to, okay? you have to find the right person that will speak your message, that will translate what is in your mind, in your head, your idea, without compromising. If you're like, if we're anything like each other, you will also be the same way. You'll be like, no, this is what I want. No, this is what I want. And no matter what they're gonna tell you, you know you want that highlighter that's gonna give you that dewy look on every skin, right? You don't wanna compromise, this is what you want. Somebody at some point created a mascara, right? I think it was Rimmel who created mascara. Anyway, so for you, you'll be very strict about it and saying, no, I really want it to last. I really want it to last. I want the person to run around, you know. For example, I was creating my gel liner, the one that I'm wearing, and I said when I was creating, it's organic. And they said, you cannot make organic product last 24 hours. I said, yes, we can. Figure it out. We did it when I got the formula after, I think, 8 months of formulating back and forth, back and forth. I went to Miami, it was 2014, with my kids and my husband. I went into the ocean with it on. I came out and my husband was like, oh my God, it's on. It's like not even moving. I was like, passed. Like, that's all I wanted to hear. It was hot there. Like, because there are certain formulas you're gonna want and you don't want to compromise. And no matter how many times even the chemist is gonna tell you, well, technically, well, that's what I want. Let's figure it out. There's something you don't know. Go Google it. Go do whatever you have to do, right? Or you can bring it in yourself. But the point is that it is definitely possible. Somebody at one point invented a wheel. Right? Who are we not to create a freaking mascara or a lip gloss, right? So in this step, literally drill down exactly how you're going to do it. Because this is the part where it's going to either make you or break you in terms of finances, right? So you don't want to invest more than about 20% of what you're making. You really want to invest into it, but you still got bills to pay, right? Okay, step 4. This is the part where we're outsourcing or not. So there's different parts that you can outsource. First of all, we're all on board what outsourcing means, right? Taking it from outside of United States, since we're in the United States. So outsourcing is great. It can be very beneficial for many, many reasons. For example, a lot of people are working with China. Okay, it's a huge market. Why is Chinese market so successful and so cheap? Why? Does anybody know?
Why is China so successful?
Why do a lot of people work with China? And why is it so cheap? I mean, they're like number 1.
Because they have a lot of factories.
Yes, but this is why. Because they, in their own country, are not allowed to make more money than they can make. They're not allowed. There's a cap on it. But when they're out, this is why they're outsourcing it. They're doing stuff for us. That's how they're making their money. So they'll do anything. That's what they're on top of. Literally, like, you're gonna be getting, once you get into this, you're gonna be getting phone calls, emails, chats. They're gonna find you. And they're gonna be giving you all kinds of, like, you know, promotions. Yeah, I'll give it to you for less. I'll give it to you. They wanna work with you so badly because that's how they're gonna make money. Problem with China, and I'm gonna go into both. Problem with China is that a lot of these places are not regulated. A lot of these places are horror stories, okay? They're warehouses where they will show you a pretty picture on the website, because you're here. Are you gonna travel to China every time you need to look at the formula or whatever? No, I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, more power to you if you do, right? But most people don't. They're like, okay, great, I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna grab it. For some brands, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's say you wanna have a 99-cent store brand where people of that caliber go there to buy like one pencil or whatever. They don't really care so much about the quality. They don't really. That's fine. But I want you to really understand that if you're going to be outsourcing, you have to see their credentials, because FDA approves manufacturers. We here approve them there. So you want to make sure. Also, going live with them on Skype through their manufacturing facility is very, very important. Is everybody with me? Is it a lot? What can you outsource? You can outsource packaging. You can outsource formula. You can outsource ingredients. You can outsource the whole thing. You can just bring in formula from China. There's a website in China where people literally just buy from, and you can bring in as much as you want. It doesn't really matter. Import it. No minimums. But here's where a lot of people are kind of misled. I'm gonna kind of do a little math for you. So let's say you want to bring in a gloss, okay? You love the gloss. You say, give me 500 of these. They cost $1 over there for private labeling, and they cost, let's say, I don't know, $3 here. So you're bringing in, let's say, I don't know, 10 of these, right? Let's do a small number. So now you're paying $10, right? 10 lipsticks, 10 lip glosses, $10. Now let's say you want to ship it from China to here. It's gonna cost you. Most of these places charge. Let's say they're gonna do $20 shipping and handling, right? For example, how are you gonna calculate the cost of your lip gloss? Who knows?
Adding the cost of shipping.
Two. Right? Exactly. So what's the total for 10 lipsticks? For 10 lip glosses? Oh, hey, Aaron. So what is the total cost for 10 glosses?
Became 30, like making it here.
30. So now what's the total for each one?
$3.
$3. So did you save anything? No, you didn't save anything. You're still paying $3 for each one. So when you are working with somebody from the overseas, you need to negotiate it down to whatever you can. Bargain on shipment. If they don't want to break it on shipment, bargain on the cost price. Tell them that the guy next door sells it for less. Okay? They will do whatever they can to take your business. Whatever they can. Very, very easy to work with them. Some of them who are, like you're gonna see when you go to some of these places, manufacturers, they have a specific ratings. So, and I'm gonna teach you how to like know the difference. But there's specific ratings that you will know, okay, this one's legit, it's been around. Some of them have no ratings, like 0, they just started out. Very tricky to work with those people. They may be great, but they have no ratings, they have no reviews, they have like nothing. There's nothing there. So you have to be very careful and be very mindful of that, okay? But you can absolutely outsource any part of your brand, including, but not limited to, your branding. You can also include, what does that mean? You can outsource the logo. You can actually, a lot of these manufacturers from outside of the United States, they can do the whole thing in-house, and they can even include a logo. You can even ask them to include it for free. Print the logo on my lip gloss. Just print the logo on it. Include that. You have to do the math, including shipping, including handling, including every little thing. Every little thing. Any questions about outsourcing?
Is it harder to insure products that are outsourced
No.
versus
No.
insurance doesn't get more complicated?
No,
It's
especially
made elsewhere?
no, not really, because if you can prove to them, and you'll be able to because you do your research in the manufacturing facilities, you have the FDA approval, everything's basically legit, so it's your, plus you're not really, you're gonna be insuring yourself as a distributor. You're not gonna be insuring yourself. So whatever you're telling the insurance company is not what you're gonna be telling your clients. So let's say you were gonna do a private label from China, let's say, right, or Canada, whatever. Whatever you bring in, it's none of the client's business. The client only knows Hana, right, or Ayana, or Irina, or Aaron. That's all they know. So when you're bringing it in, you're putting it down as a distributor. Like when I was doing my insurance for my business, they didn't ask where you're getting your ingredients from or whatever. They don't care. What matters is that, are you distributing it? In other words, are you the manufacturer? Because when you're actually manufacturing, it gets trickier. A lot of insurance companies, for some reason, don't really trust you so much when you're saying you're making it at home.
Right.
It's trickier. But when you have a distributors, when you have a manufacturer, when it's a huge facility, and when you have all that stuff, they tend to trust you more for some reason. I have a company that I'm going to show you actually their testimonial, very, very, very nice company. You have their gifts. They could not get insured for a very long time because they're making it from scratch. They could not get it insured. It is so interesting. They literally like sent me an email like, can you believe the guy cannot get an insurance policy for my cosmetic line? It was the weirdest thing because they just don't want to, like, they're just afraid, like, well, how do I know that you're practicing everything a certain way? Because it's at home, it's a homemade line, literally. So yes, they're certified, they have like kosher certification, they have a bunch of certifications, but it's not good enough. with the insurance company. They said, well, I don't know, it's still tricky, you're doing it at home. But if they would say, well, we're doing it at the manufacturing facility over there or whatever, okay, fine, great, you're a distributor. They tend to trust. So, going back to your question, if you're bringing it from China, are there laws? Yeah, there are some, but it's not such a huge thing because you're going to be putting it down as a distributor. You're just distributing. Okay. So step 5. This step is very important. So now that you have created your line, your product, right? Now you need to understand what do you need to do. You need to certify it. You need to patent it. Is it your formula? You want it to be protected. Your logo has to be trademarked. Creating a logo is very important. The logo will be speaking to you forever and to your customers. So you have to understand the brand colors. Like for me, for my line, I loved metallic gold and the lily with 6 petals. Every single thing has a story for me. Like I know why I put 6 petals. I know why I wanted metallic gold. I wanted it on black. Like there were specific things that I really wanted. So to this day, when I look at my logo, it's been like, we launched 2013. I still love my logo. Do companies rebrand? Absolutely. You know the company Galactic? You've heard of Galactic? Yeah. She started out with eyeshadow that had glitter in it. I don't know if you guys remember. She's known for that, Galactic. Her story is actually very interesting. So when she started out, it was very girly and her packaging was very pretty and like a lot of glitter on it and so pretty. And then when she started getting into more business, she wanted to attract more high-end customers. But what did high-end customers say? I don't know, like I work on Wall Street, I don't want to have like glitter, lipstick tube, whatever, right? So what she did was she had to rebrand the whole thing. Because she was an amazing line, but people didn't take her seriously. It was like too girly. And she's like, I'm not a girly line. I wanted to be feminine, I wanted to be like pretty, but nobody understood it. So she rebranded it. So if you look at her old packaging and new packaging, it's totally different, you know, but she's like, if you look at her place where she works, it's all glitter and it's so girly, it's pretty, I love it, it's like heaven. So she had to rebrand it. So when you're going to be going through it, don't think that you're married to the logo. No, if you feel at a certain point, like, you know what, your clientele is kind of different, something's changing, rebrand. Even if you have to tweak a couple of things, it's fine. Trademarking, trademarking is very important. Why? So recently we had a situation with Amazon. On Amazon, a company that when I was starting out, I had somebody who was doing Amazon for me, and he registered my line, my brand on Amazon. Back then, you didn't have to be trademarked. It was years ago. You didn't have to be trademarked. Now you have to be trademarked, you have to prove that you're trademarked. So my brand was registered under somebody else's name. So even though we sell on Amazon, I was registered brand as just Anale. So Anale Cosmetics LLC was stolen. It was taken away. So when we realized that recently, you know, because we got somebody else on board, and they're like, by the way, you guys are not, I was like, yeah, we are. And they're like, no, you're not. So we had to go through this whole big thing to figure out how this happened. Amazon had to do research. We had to find who it was. I mean, it was a mess. We were able to figure it out. But the lack of knowledge, the fact that we trusted someone, right, to kind of, and you're all gonna go through these things because even when you get the best guy on the planet to do your Amazon or marketing or whatever, you don't know them from Adam, right? You don't know them from Adam. You don't. Things are gonna happen no matter what. It's just gonna happen. So going through that, I realized, okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna do it myself. So I paid the company. It was actually not a lot. It was like $275 or something. I paid them to do the whole thing themselves, the trademark. All I had to do was write it out exactly. So you have to explain the logo exactly.
You got trademarked for $275?
Yeah. Did you do it for more?
Your face.
No.
I'm talking about like full branding trademark, right?
Yeah.
On all products, all the legal stuff for $275?
There's a trademark. What do you mean?
I don't know.
Trademark is you're registering your logo. Yeah, your actual picture. If you have a picture, if you have a text, then you register a text.
So what's the next thing after trademark?
Patenting. Patenting.
No, patent. I don't know, we spent a lot of money on trademarking.
If you spend a lot of money on trademarking, maybe you went with an attorney or like, you really don't have to. That's the thing. Like a lot of people spend thousands.
because we were told that if you don't do it like the full trademark, then other companies can, let's say I wanna sell it on lipsticks, I wanna have a trademark with my logo on lipsticks. But if I don't trademark t-shirts, somebody could start selling my t-shirts with my company name on it. Cause I didn't trademark the logo on a vast amount of,
You're talking about categories.
right, so every category added up till we spent like 2,000, let's say.
How many categories did you add?
Everything in beauty or fragrance and perfume, like it went through a lot of categories, cause I don't want somebody using my name on, there's a lot of like tricky leeways that weren't
Yes.
worth,
So the category
saving
for
on for
cosmetics.
the long term.
So the category it's actually 003, remember that one. It includes cosmetics, toiletries, makeup. They list literally every single thing. Mascara, lips, it all went under one thing. Everything. So maybe somebody was trying to confuse
It
you.
could
or
also
maybe
be
there was
more
something else.
recent that things are different. It seems like I did this a long time ago, like 10 years ago.
It could have been more simplified now. I don't know, but usually it's not. Usually it's more simpler then versus now. Like it's just, I just know from the trademarking experience for myself. I also have an attorney, and I spoke to him, and he said absolutely what you did was correct. And so, by the way, when you trademarked your brand, did you put the owner? Like who owns the brand? You or your brand?
The company,
The company. Okay,
yeah.
good.
So maybe it's different that way too.
I also did it that way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can I add something?
Yeah, of course, please.
Apologies, it's your seminar.
No,
obviously.
my gosh.
My personal experience with my wife and our line that we had, whenever we order something successful in China and that sells in thousands, the manufacturer would say they would make, let's say, 3,000 for us, and they would make 10,000 of items for themselves. And whenever we spend all the money for marketing and stuff, they start shelling it from China directly to the clients for way lower pricing. So usually what we do, we break it down. So in one place we do the packaging, in another place we actually do the product. So we kind of combine, set together. So not one place has the whole in
So
parts.
they can't cut you out.
They
They
can't.
Otherwise, they just they will just make.
Who did it for you in China?
Some-
You just went blindly on the internet to get
No.
a company in China?
I worked with these guys for many years, like maybe 10 years.
Like a factory?
Yeah, like for like 9 years,
What kind
everything
of
was
products?
fine, and we worked really greatly. And when the things were small scale, but when I got into big stores, like
The reason I'm asking because if you have a person in China taking care of your stuff, in other words, he's your man to go to the factory with. He can be careful that the factories don't do that.
we had that also with a person in China, and he flipped to another company, and he took everything with him. So I already went through that process.
That's
So
so
be-
What kind
before.
of products are you,
You also.
No, that's right.
what kind of products are you working
We,
with
we,
mostly?
we did the suits for the guys, we did like a clothing line, like everything glow in the dark, it's fluorescent, so.
Oh my God, I want it.
So that kind of stuff, and my wife
The
does
reason I'm telling you this is I am in China.
We have such an
Because
amazing
my
networking event.
customers
I love it.
don't have any such problems. Our job is to make sure that the factories that we deal with, first of all, we only deal with factories that we have a good tight relationship.
It's nowadays, it's so much faster, you just literally build up your, if I have, let's say, built my category to, let's say, 500, 600 reviews, I know other manufacturers just start to sell stuff like to the line, so it's really competitive.
I'm in China for 25 years.
Okay.
None of my customers ever suffer that kind of. In other words, when we do something for someone, the factory doesn't go behind our backs and do the same thing and sell it on the side. Because we only deal with people that we know. We have a close relationship with any factory. We don't just go blindly to a Chinese factory.
I understand.
And we have people
I
in China.
dealt with a person that I knew, and they call it feeding a pig. So they for 10 times they feed us and do everything is right, and then they ask for the really big order and money up front, and then you never hear from them again.
I can talk to you about it.
I told you China is a tricky one, right? I told you.
Sorry, I brought it
Oh
up.
my God, please, it's interesting. It's relevant, so I'm glad. I'm actually.
We send substantial
you're-
amount of money, like
And
10 times
actually,
everything worked,
technically-
and on the 11th time you never hear from them again.
Technically, if you really want, you can even have them sign a official letter.
Not
It's
Only,
not allowed to do that.
only when I went all the way to the party, like, the Communist Party, and started complaining, and we started getting politicians involved, only then we got, make them stop. Unless we got the officials in the city, it was really difficult. They've been scared about that part.
Who is excited about China? Everyone is like, oh no, I'm good. I'm
Pennies
going
don't
to
want to do
pennies on
anything
the
in
dollar.
China.
It is, so, but it gets tricky because they're hungry. They're hungry.
No, but if anyone wants to do from here in China, we're in there 25 years, we know the ins and outs. But cosmetics is a little bit
Yeah, it's tricky.
tricky in China, not because of what his problem is.
I think it's quality.
Because the materials that they use,
You don't wanna put that
the
on your face.
ingredients that they use,
They,
might,
they make iPhones,
not that
obviously
you,
they can do the good
not
stuff.
that you don't wanna use it. It might not be FDA approved. And there's no such thing as bringing in cosmetics from China without having the FDA or something
There's
approved.
no FDA approval for
Or something.
cosmetics.
There are,
Plus, makeup in China, what the problem is they have to test on animals. So if you're against
yeah,
that,
but there's certain ingredients that China uses that America would not want to use. For instance, I'll give you an example. When we make many, many different things. I mean, we bring in a lot of different things for a lot of different customers. I'll give you an example. Let's say when we're making a hat with artwork on it, and the artwork is made out of material, out of certain stuff that in America they don't allow that stuff to come in. Phthalates. I don't know if you heard of phthalates.
of course, yeah.
Okay, so it's tested. It has to be tested. The factory has to have it tested, and we have to get the lab test results that it's passed, and only then could they make it and bring it into America. If we don't get that test that it passed, they wouldn't be able to
I have a
make
question
I
for
don't
you.
care.
it. So the same thing would be.
So the
same thing would
when
be
it
with
comes to
cosmetics.
testing, it gets tricky.
No, we do worldwide
Do you have
testing.
your own?
No, we do
manufacturing
SGS. No, there are worldwide test labs, not some
Okay, that's what I'm
stinky
saying.
Chinese-
Independent, not
Not
their
a
own.
Chinese lab.
Okay.
A known international lab, like SGS is an international
I
lab.
have 60% of sales in Europe, so US is not top market for it. I ship like to Amazon, like the warehouse in Europe, and that sells much better than US. It's way too competitive here. You can win market here, you can get acknowledged here. Once you win the US, the majority of money, the margins are in
Okay.
all those other locations.
I'm just saying if you want cosmetics in China that pass US tests, you can have it tested by international testing machines.
And they do have certified places. It's not just all junk. They do have certified
Yeah,
places.
there
And
are
they do have
legitimate
accredited-
big
there
factories.
There are.
Sure.
There are. You just have to kind of sift through a bunch of, yeah. And
That's
before
our job.
they didn't allow selling from the Chinese manufacturers. They weren't allowed to sell on Amazon. Now they are. They are. So now when you're bringing something in, you know that. Before we had it good. We would buy it from well, now I didn't do it, but a lot of people did. Bring it in from China, sell it here, bring it again. Money was great. Now Amazon said, okay, great, bring it in. So now we can, there's no way we can sell it for the price that they're selling it. We just can't.
What?
They subsidize.
They're
by the
selling
government,
it.
so the shipping
There's-
is cheaper from China
Yeah.
than shipping here from the States.
They're drop ship. So for example, you're bringing something in from I'm bringing something in from China, right? Let's say I'm buying it from them for $1, but I'm selling it here for $2. But if they are selling their own product, they can sell it for 50 cents. They killed my business. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand
So
what
the
you're saying.
competition now is just that's why when you're saying you're working with Europe, that makes
Something
total
is
sense.
wrong with it. No, it doesn't go like that. I mean, I'm telling you, because I'm in
Okay.
China.
Well-
If the Chinese factory wants to sell it here, if they're not reliable, the customer might not get what he asked
They
for.
don't know.
It doesn't go exactly.
They don't. How can I know if I'm buying from China? If I'm buying on Amazon for
I don't know about
You
Amazon.
s-
I'm
that's
just
what I'm talking
saying-
about. I'm talking about
I don't
Amazon.
know about Amazon. I'm just saying, if you buy from China, if you, let's say, go on the web and go to Alibaba, you heard, right? You know Alibaba.
Sure.
You go to Alibaba and you pick a factory, one factory, and you go buy over there. You have no idea what you're doing. You can get junk stuff. You can get stuff that's never going to come. You can get.
Yep.
That's why we have to have a reliable guy.
absolutely.
Who we have a company in China. We have. I mean, that's our business. It has nothing
But
to
not
do-
cosmetics. You deal with clothing, I believe. right?
We do with a lot of different things. We don't do cosmetics. now.
Cosmetics, right.
About 10, 15 years ago.
So it gets a
we-
little tricky with
We
cosmetics.
did
yeah.
we did like children's cosmetics. But for instance, I'm
What do
talking
they
about
want?
little kids cosmetics.
Sure.
No, but for instance, talking about cosmetics from China, you know that I have a customer, he's bringing in food. I mean, you know that a lot of food comes in China.
Oh yeah, yes.
I
Not
think
only fruits and
cosmetics
vegetables.
gets trickier because you don't want to be insured, taking care of your, like, well, you're testing in one place, your formulation in another, your packaging. You want it to be a little bit more,
It
like,
gets messy.
yeah, it's too many places, and you're not necessarily saving in the end by making all. I feel
Well,
Not if you have a
like makeup,
guy.
you want things a little bit more in like one location.
Yeah, it's
or-
much easier. It's definitely, oh my god, it's so much easier. But again, it gets, so like in his experience when he was saying, like he was using this one place for everything, but then they tricked him and they
Right.
started selling that product behind his back, right? So those kinds of things in the United States, most likely in the legit manufacturers will not happen. Okay, we have a lot of
In my
regulations.
case, I've been working with a really wealthy family from Russia, and at some point, the husband of the wife decided he will pay substantially more money to let's say, the guy who was in your place, and he just took over the whole operation.
Oh my god.
And he had all the contacts there, he was physically there, so they just basically took over and we lost in, in the
And
factory.
it wasn't a reputable company. We're doing this 25 years. We never.
But by the way,
She
you
wanted
guys,
the business, she got
No, but I'm
it.
saying as far as she is concerned that she wants to have it consolidated into one place, again, I'm just saying from our experience from years and years. ago.
sure. Yeah.
We do things, and we have parts of the product is made in 4, let's say 3 or 4 factories, and then it's consolidated at the last factory. Let's say this factory does one part, this factory the other part, this factory the other part, and the last factory, let's say the one who does the packaging, so all the products come together with him, and then it gets shipped out from that last factory. Our part of our job is to coordinate all this. It's nothing to do with the
The
customer in
client.
America, nothing to do with the client. The client doesn't know anything. The client doesn't have to know that we're dealing with 4 factories.
Right, that's what they hired.
And the reason we deal with 4 factories is, let's say we know that in this factory we can get this better price, and in this factory we can get this better, or this factory is not so good about packaging, but it's good about material.
So you do the background work, which
Why
is the main
aren't
work.
there high-end cosmetics made in China? Like if you go
There
shopping,
There are.
like what companies?
Well,
Like a lot of
We'll have to do
popular
research
high-end
on
ones are more like European based. There must be a reason for
So-
that.
if you're talking about quality wise, the highest quality wise that I know of is Japanese Union. They're very strict. They're very, like if you're gonna get something from Japan, South Korea, like really high-end stuff, like they don't joke around. I'm actually trying to get into the Japanese certification. I haven't looked into it yet. I am compliant with the European, which is, they have 1,376 banned ingredients.
Are they using different product ingredients that you can't find in China? Like
You
what's
can
the-
find them, but there's certain things that you cannot use, and there's certain things that can use. Certain things that we're allowed to use here, like petroleum, is banned in Europe. For us, it's like everywhere. Literally, there's a product called petroleum that you buy for the kids or whatever.
I think phthalates is okay in Europe, and it's not in America.
No, phthalates are banned in
Europe too?
Yeah, in
What's
Europe it's
phthalates?
Phthalates are, it's a toxic chemical also. It's very, very unhealthy. But a lot of things here, a lot of products here are made with phthalates. They are, unfortunately. So going back to branding certification. So when it comes to trademarking, you have to trademark the whole thing. In other words, I'm going to show you actually. Hold on. So I'm going to show you, this is my logo, right? This is my complete logo. You see this? The analay, the flower, the line, the slogan, everything. So what you want to do is, you are going to trademark the whole thing. But when I use it on my products, I just use analay. I can use any part of it, but this analay has to be there. So I can use this by itself. I can use this in just the top name. I can use this and cosmetics underneath, because on my full logo there's also cosmetics here. Any part of it I can use, but I have to protect the whole thing. Does that make sense? So for you have Marco Privé Cosmetics, right? Let's say you have a few more things, like you have a slogan, right? Let's say you're beautiful fresh something.
Yes.
Bless you. So you will have to trademark the whole thing, but you can use a part of it. Because like if you put it on a pencil or whatever, it's so small you cannot put this whole thing on it. But the tricky part is that this part, the name, always has to be there. This part you can take away.
This
you
whole
can
thing
put
is trademark you, this words also?
all of it. There's also cosmetics underneath, but I
It's the slogan.
the
It's a
slogan, the everything. I trademark the whole thing. A lot of people don't do that. They
Did
say,
you
"Oh my
put
god."
TM though? It should, usually they have.
No. This I made before I trademarked
Oh.
it. So now it's yeah. But I'm not gonna change all of it now. Ridiculous.
Okay.
So yeah, but first you put TM and then you put an R with a little circle on it. Once you get the. So that's important. Also, registering your brand. How do you register your brand? Do you want to be an LLC? Do you want to be a sole proprietor? A lot of people say registering a brand as a sole proprietor is like the biggest scam. You're gonna have to make that decision with your accountant. I started out as a sole. I moved into the LLC. I'm an LLC now here. I'm a corporation with the Elite Products Academy. So there are ways that will be beneficial to you. So you will have to speak with your accountant, but we do go in depth in here. Also, very important, how do you price your product? Does anybody know how to price their products?
Based on the cost of you, that you
So
spend.
technically, there's certain things that you need to include into the price. What are those things that you need to include into the price? Who knows? Off the top of your head,
Your cost.
Your costs,
what are the costs?
What you spent to make
Depends
the
your
which way
costs and your overhead,
Okay, what does that mean? Be specific.
You have to
the cost of
include
the product.
the cost of the product to get till
Material.
you, like once you have the product, everything it costed to get to you.
So including
And then
The
the
cost
cost
of
to
the
get to the client.
the wholesale cost of the product, labeling, shipping and handling, taxes, whatever it's costing you. Okay? What does it not include? Salary to your employees, right? It doesn't include that. A lot of companies include that. It doesn't include that. When you receive a shipment of these 10 lipsticks, the total shipment is $30, okay? It includes everything, the labels, everything, it's $30, okay? Now, break it down for 10 lipsticks. What is the cost? $3,
$3.
correct? Okay, good. So it's $3. Now, are you a high-end line or not? Like a premium line or you're not? Where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? High-end, okay. That means your ingredients, your packaging, everything is in sync with that, correct? Okay. What about you? Also, you? Okay, so everybody's in the premium line. You, okay, good.
I'll take any,
You'll
do
take
both.
anything.
I do
Yeah,
both.
you're with, yeah.
I think they're
You're like my
lower
husband.
than
He's
the
like, I don't even care what's in it. How much is it? How much are we making? I know. No, but so now that you've included all that, so now you have $3. So now you want to be a premium brand. Now that means that you're not gonna go to 99-cent store and say, I would like to carry this on your shelves. It's not gonna happen. Now you're gonna go through maybe Whole Foods, maybe you're gonna go to like, I don't know, department store, something fancy. You have to understand your niche. Who are the women that are gonna be buying your lipstick? How much are they spending on lipstick? What are your competitors' prices are? You do not have to be the same price, but you have to understand that there's a certain mindset of women or men, whoever you're branding to, they cannot break it down to a small price. So if you want to have a premium line, a high-end line, you have to stick to those prices. General guideline, up to 4 to 5 times the cost of the lipstick or whatever the product is. So what does that mean? So if it was $3, you can go up to 20, whatever, $15, $20, okay? You can do it for $30, it doesn't really matter. But you have to understand that that percentage, you will be more or less multiplying everything else across the board in your line. So if you're gonna just stick to one thing, like the highlighters right away, and you want that your highlighter cost you with everything, with branding, with every single thing into it, what is gonna be, you're going to kind of stick to that price range. So you'll say, let's say $30 highlighter. You will brand it like it's the best highlighter on the planet, it's the most high level that you can find. The ingredients, you have to push on the quality. That's the difference between branding a cosmetic product that you're gonna sell for $30 and the product that you're gonna sell to 99 cents because nobody cares. They just wanna hear when is it on sale, right? When is it on sale? So when you're going to be pricing these, it's very important that you understand the percentage. So if you decided to mark it up, let's say 500%, stick to that. Stay away from running too many specials. People are going to be expecting those. Make sense? Stay away.
If you run a special, you're lowering your name, your quality.
You're lowering it, but a lot of people do like, you know, Black Friday, blah, blah, blah. I always say, give them something more. For example, buy one will include a sample of whatever. Give them something more. Don't bring it down. Give them extra. Because when you're taking some money off of it, great, they're still gonna get this one product. But if you're gonna give them an eyeshadow with it, do you understand? Now they know both of your products. So it's better to add value than to take value away, because they're still gonna end up with one product. You want them to have at least 2 products of yours, especially if they're a new client. Does that make sense? Any questions? Now for you, Irina, since you want to do a beauty supply, it's a little bit of a different conversation. I'll explain why. Because at some point, a lot of people are really going into the beauty supplies. Why? There's a lot of money to make in it. Those of us who are concerned with that, right? I mean, it's great. You can bring in bulks, like much more than somebody who wants to carry like 1 or 2 products. So your cost will drastically decrease the more you buy, the less the cost, okay? Okay, so in your case, if you're gonna bring in those pigments, whether you're gonna do a private label, same exact thing, right? You're also gonna calculate it, okay, how much do I want? Because you wanna brand it to, obviously, the professionals. So the professionals are getting it at a discount. So for you, you will have to price it a little bit different. So if you're getting this for $3, do your research and get it for cheaper, because, you know, maybe increase the amount of prices, the amount of quantity that you're bringing in. Does that make sense? Good. Okay. So, the fun part. You gotta make money on it, right? It's all pretty, it's all shiny. Now where's the money? Okay. So this is the step 6.
What do you mean the money? If it cost me $3, I'm selling it for $30. That's plenty of money, no?
Well, how do you get it into the hands of the customers? So that's what we're going over.
I just wanted to mention, you know, you're saying keep it high. You know, I'm sure you all know because you're all in this beauty business. I forgot the name. There are certain shampoos and conditioners that you can only buy at the salon. You can't buy it in the store. And it costs who knows how much money at the salon. And that's the reason why. They want to keep it. You can't buy it by the distributors, you can't buy it by a wholesale. That's also part of it. They want to keep the people thinking that their stuff is fancy schmancy. You can only get it at the high-end salon. You can't buy it in a regular store. You can't even buy it by Macy's. You can only buy it at the salon. This is the same idea that you're saying. Keep your product at a high price. Never break it down, because once you go down, people are going to think it's like a cheaper product and this and that. And then you go into a whole different clientele.
People start questioning. People are funny. They want it, and when you give it to them, they're like, oh, I wish you didn't. You know, like, is she running low on stock? Like, what's happening? You know, like, it's so weird. But when it comes to marketing and sales, but I really wanted to include this module. Why? Because now that you have your product, now that you know where to get it from, you've either outsourced it or you didn't outsource it, you made it here, you private labeled it, or you made it yourself, it doesn't really matter. There's so many different sales channels, okay, as you can see. There's direct sales, there's corporate resales, there's distribution, there's like 1,000,005. I'm concentrating only on a few, and I'll tell you why. My favorite is Amazon. One of my favorites is Amazon. Online sales. Okay. Direct selling, you can choose to do. You can have a bunch of ladies that you hire that, you know, you give them a percentage and then they're gonna go and have little makeup parties, you know, like Avon, or I remember, I think Mary Kay does it, right? Like the makeup parties. Which is great. that always sells. It always sells. But let's face it, how many of us are actually gonna go to those parties? I personally wouldn't, unless you come to my house, make all the arrangements. I'm happy to host you. But the actual amount that takes, like, in order to pull this event, a lot went into it, right? I could have done it online. I didn't want to do it online. I do plenty of things online. Plenty. Fantastic marketing. Plenty of things online. But I wanted this, like this intimate setting. You understand? There's value to it. So if you guys want to create, if you guys want to do parties, if you want to do direct selling, wonderful. The reason why I wanted to touch upon Amazon is because Amazon has grown so much in the last few years, and it's only going to grow. I mean, it's a giant. It's a giant that you have to be a part of at some point. It has gotten stricter in terms of brands because everybody private labels from China, from India, from whatever, like they put it's the same exact thing. It looks the same. They don't even bother changing the packaging. There's so many industries, like the weight loss industry, the fitness industry, the oh my gosh, supplements. So many things. They're just literally the exact same thing, and they're selling it, and they're just going cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And so the point is that when you go to Amazon and you have your own brand, and you're the only one with that brand, what happens? What happens? You have exclusivity. You have exclusivity. Don't worry about the other guys. Don't worry about the other guys. It doesn't matter. You understand what I'm saying? So let's go into Amazon a little bit. There's certain things that you want to know about Amazon. Amazon is not just going to take your product as is. There's certain things that you need to understand about it. I'm going to give you a little overview, not to overcomplicate. There's certain things that's called UPC codes. Anybody heard of it? Yes. Okay, good. UPC code is a code that is usually has a bars on it, like a bunch of bars. You go to the store, you buy it, you scan, like they scan it, right?
Universal product.
Same thing. Yes, same thing exactly for Amazon. You don't have to actually put it on the packaging. I never do. What I do is I put it on a bag, put my product inside, because what they want you to do is they want you to just get it ready so that when they pack it for you, if you want to fulfill it, when they pack it for you, they don't have to worry about packaging it and none of that stuff. So you have to put it in a specific cellophane where it specifically says with a warning label. These are very important things to know. Warning label where that this is a dangerous bag and the person can suffocate. You put your lipstick or whatever inside that bag, roll it up, put your UPC code sticker on it, you send it to Amazon. Fulfillment by Amazon, you guys, lifesaver. Lifesaver. Fulfillment by Amazon, write it down, is the best thing that you will probably ever do. You already probably know that. Yes. Do you sell on Amazon or no?
I wanted to bring him today as well. He's working on that for us, but he's setting us up in a way that it should be fulfilled through Amazon. But a big part of the issue with cosmetics is you have to be willing to take returns. And basically, people don't find the shade online, they try it at home and return it. You're dealing with a lot of returns with makeup.
I don't do any returns on makeup. It is so weird.
Amazon doesn't want to fulfill it, you don't take returns. They're very...
No, I do accept returns. It's just I've been blessed, I guess.
Oh, you're not getting returns.
I'm just not getting
Okay, that's
returns.
good.
Why? I'll tell you why. There is a company called Huda Beauty. You've heard of it. Huda Beauty. Amazing. What she does is a little trick, and you're all probably gonna use it. I'll share it with you. I love it. When you're buying a foundation from her, on top, she puts a little sample size of that color. A little dot. So before you open the big tube, you open the little thing, you put it on your face. If it matches you, you're using the tube. Doesn't match you, you're returning the product, she can put it back on her shelf and resell it. Best thing I've ever seen in my life. I am totally copying that by
It's
the
on
way.
every foundation she sells. Like I can
On
check
every
her
foundation. Literally like on every foundation that she's, I don't know if she sell like in the store, I don't think so, but the one that you actually
order it
sell,
online.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to order one just to see what it.
Just, yeah, because when I ordered one and I just wanted to see what like the hype was all about, when she came out with her new foundations, I was like, oh my god, that's brilliant. So for something like this, you can do that on your lip glosses, you can do it on whatever you want to do, especially if you're doing your own, like in your case, you're doing highlighters, right? If you're gonna be doing highlighters, you're gonna have like a syringe with like you can just inject little packets, like small little packets of makeup in it. Stick a label on it, put it on top of your lip gloss. When a person receives it, ask them, would you please just test it out first? If it's your color, keep me. If it's not your color, send me back. You know what I mean? Very personable, very small, great marketing. Great marketing. People overcomplicate things. They think, oh my god, I gotta be like Fenty Beauty, I gotta be like Anastasia. You don't have to be like anything or anyone. You really don't. Have you ever gone to Whole Foods and looked at what brands they're selling? Birds and Bees. Nothing special. Selling like hotcakes. Why? They're toned down. They're all about natural. Their ingredients are like has beeswax in it and whatever, right? I mean, they're known for birds and bees, literally. But people are now going away from the beeswax. Now we use candelilla wax and we use carnauba wax, but we don't really use beeswax because that's not healthy for because they will kill them, right? Bees. So beeswax is not exactly something that we want to do, but birds and bees will always be selling because of their branding, because they're not afraid to do it. They don't have a high-end product. You understand? It's all about marketing. Did you want to say something?
Yes, I have a question.
Sure.
How do you deal with the trust fund babies competition?
One more time?
How do you deal with the trust fund babies competition?
What's a trust fund babies competition?
I dealt with, there are wealthy people sometimes in the world.
Oh.
Coming from really wealthy families and who have a lot of money to them, and they don't care about the profit. All they want is their cosmetics, their product to be out, and the cost is not an issue. I see, I don't know, like Kim Kardashian or like a Paris Hilton. She comes from well-established family, so when she does her line, she's not necessarily looking to make a profit. It's just, something fun
They're
that
all
she wants to
looking
do.
to make a profit.
Some of those.
I know what you mean. So I'll tell you, I'll
Kardashian's
answer that
sister
question.
made what, $1 billion this
Right,
year.
that's
Profit.
now, but
Profit.
right, but I understand. But I know quite a few families who have quite a few buildings in Manhattan, and when the kids are building their cosmetic line or clothing line, and they spend right now. I'm looking at the fashion week. People spending like $2-3 million just for one fashion show. I've seen them all in mine, and they don't even look for the profit. They just want to do it for the.
But what's your
for the
question?
fun.
I don't know.
No,
How do you
he's saying,
compete
no,
against
I know.
Everybody here belong to that group.
How-
Yes,
how do you
so I
compete
know-
against this?
So I'll answer that question.
Right.
I'll answer that
You're
question
trying to
there.
make that group, right?
So I'll answer that question. So it's actually very easy if you know your niche. For example, you've ever gone for a facial? Anybody? Okay. You know the company Repassage? Very, very known company. Very known company in the industry. I mean, I'm in the industry, so I know. It's a skincare line, very high end. Okay, so competition with them, I wouldn't even come near them. I wouldn't come near. They're amazing. They're amazing. Like one little jar of whatever, like $140, sells like hotcakes. To open an order with them is $1,500. We're not even talking about Kim Kardashian, who's put out a sample size. Remember, like literally the foundation sticks. It was literally sample size. She was criticized like a crazy person over that. So I'm not even gonna touch her. But when you go to like really big brands, if you're gonna constantly look up to them and say, oh man, how do I beat them? How do I wanna be in the same salon as they, you're never gonna beat them. They will always be bigger than you. Always. I don't even care about them. How did I find my niche? Who am I? How did I break into the niche? I broke into it. I said I want to make cosmetics for people who have for spa industry, for people who just had their facial done. There's no makeup like that. So when they think, so I have spas that carry my line that love the line. Why? They don't care about anything. They don't care about MAC. They don't care about Kim Kardashian's. They can't use it on their clients who are paying them $200 for a little facial. But they can put my pharmaceutical grade minerals on their face. That's how I become above them. That's my niche. So I don't look at fashion. I don't care. I always tell my clients, oh, the new color of the year is green, and you look like, excuse my French, crap in green. You don't follow the trend. Do you understand? Why should every single person on this planet follow the trend? First of all, it's some people in Milan and New York and whatever sitting there creating a trend because it's their job. Fine, I respect that. But it doesn't mean that the color of the year is my color and I have to wear it. Or these designs, it's great for creative minds, but it doesn't mean that we have to carry them. It doesn't mean that we have to run after them. What if we're gonna take whatever is on the runway and make it our own? What if we continue selling Levi jeans, who, I don't even know if they still exist, you know? But we brand it properly. What if we brand it to an everyday woman? We don't care about the model who is like 7 feet tall and beautiful. What about moms? There's a huge market for those. Those are the ones that are buying. Honestly, when I look at the fashion week, half of those, more than half, I'm like, I would never wear that, right? It's just, it's unreasonable. Would you wear that? Like, there's maybe like like something, but like, I just don't get most of the things. So why would I even bother with it? It's wonderful to look at and see, oh, okay, so I guess you can wear a square jacket and look okay, fine. I would never wear it. It doesn't apply to me. So those babies, those trust fund babies, if this is what they want to do, they can do that. They will never get anywhere where we can really get. Because we are in a room like this. You will never be sitting with them like this, ever. To speak to an owner of Mac, come on, that's a joke, right? To speak to an owner of some smaller brand, like she owns Marco Privé and LA Cosmetics, right? Like on a smaller scale, you're gonna get that personal attention. That's what sells. I don't care that Kim Kardashian came with that. I'm very happy for her. I'm very happy. I'm sure she does great things, but she didn't even invest in the packaging. It was like, I mean, you've seen her, right? You've seen her like thing just came in a little like Ziploc bag. It was kind of crazy, you know? Her sister, on the other hand, is killing it. She is like like she was born to do, right? Kylie Cosmetics, everybody knows, right? We're on the same page.
But they did a different thing. One, Kim didn't do anything. She just sold her name, so they did everything, outsourced the whole thing, and just used her name and she got paid. The other one actually got involved.
Didn't get too
different.
involved either. It's tricky. If
It's
you know
tricky.
the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Kylie is just repackaging a different company's cosmetics with her name on it.
Right.
So it depends how much
Her
in the
branding,
industry you're
her
aware of.
name,
Right.
like
She made $1 billion on a company that, if you look behind the scenes and do your research, you'll see she was being constantly sued by other, you know, ColourPop.
yeah.
So there was like a whole case against it. But it just gets wiped under the rug because they're so big. They just pay people to cover it up.
Sure.
But
Like,
they were
there's so-
copying $5 lipsticks and selling them for $45 kits. You know,
That's good
There's-
profit.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a
And
great
it's-
profit.
it's a great
And
But
her
this is for people who
name
already have
the
the
giant.
name.
Yeah.
Her name is already. Her name is the brand and it's the market and her name is selling.
She's
Not
followed by a lot of teenagers. It's easier
Right.
to sell.
so she had her demographic is
Yeah.
the young.
Yeah.
The young
And
crowd
she-
that's willing to pay.
They
They're
just
very
want to buy
They
Kylie's
follow her
thing.
because
They
it's
save
Kylie.
their money for this.
That's all. They're
That's
just
it.
interested in
Old
Kylie's
people
thing.
are
And
not
her
buying it.
branding,
Her-
we have to agree, on point.
Right.
She's amazing.
Her name went on the product. It wasn't that she.
There's nothing
You know,
right special
she
about
doesn't
her
have
actual.
any tricks to her products or
Yeah,
anything. It was
no.
just her name that was selling.
So I wouldn't worry about it. This is why I'm going back to like the step one. You have to
But
know
I
your
just
niche.
want to say, in the long run, this Kylie Cosmetics will not last, even though there's always going to be teenagers. Because if the product is not a good product,
The product
No,
is
the
good,
product is good.
but it's just as good as
nothing
the
wrong.
$5 one. That's,
Right, there's
So
no
then at the
difference.
that's
end
not
of the-
making $1 billion.
but at
As
the
long
end
as
of the
Kylie's
day, at the
around
end
and
of
her
the day,
caliber,
in a
it's
year
gonna
or
be
in
there,
2
right?
or in 5, it's going to fall apart.
It might
Because
not. It's not. It's not.
I know, because
it's
people
not-
want Kylie.
No, but the product is good enough to sell.
Yeah, but
it's
if
not
I
like
can buy the same cosmetic and it's going to cost me 10, well, I'm not going to spend 40.
consumers are
But
not
you
aware.
don't know. Consumers
So
Consumers
saying
are not
eventually-
aware that it's the same
So I'm saying
thing.
eventually they're going to become smart. That's what
But
I'm
not
saying.
really. 'cause
I don't
they
think
paid-
they'll
Not
keep.
in that
Kylie
bubble.
paid enough money to
that
shut
bubble.
down those rumors. They keep squashing the rumors.
Plus, all
Every
Kylie
time
has to
somebody
do
comes
is
up
show up
online
live
and writes about it,
tell
that this is
story,
the
right?
same as that, they get it shut down.
They
So
do
it's
it
hard.
to-
Time
they
will
do
tell.
when it leaked, and that's it. You know, when they leak information.
And as it does become a bigger and bigger industry, her company, she might start spending more,
Buying better stuff.
like this might have just been the way she started out, and I don't know
It
how
could
she
or
is.
it couldn't, because a lot of people do it like that. But 5 years later, people
when they
become
have
smart.
enough, so much money
Either,
back.
either that happens, or eventually it just
They
fizzles
can-
out because people can
They
smart.
can easily
see
afford to make
they're just paying
they could
for
just
it.
easily afford to make it the level that people are expecting. As soon as, sales drop because people are realizing that there's cheaper options, she could just pump in better and, once you have the money,
Sometimes that's
you're ahead of the game.
She, that other one over there,
That's why
So
you stay
you'll make
in
you
your
could
own-
compete by making $1 million instead of $1 billion that year. You'll be
yeah,
happy
but
with that,
she
right?
also has problems, that other one,
These are not your competitors. You have to find competitors at your own
Don't
level.
look for competitors. Look for a niche. Look for
You still have to look
how
at your
it makes a
competitors to know
difference.
how to price yourself.
Just
and
how they
things
market.
Like that.
That's what I love.
Yeah.
Like for example, if I'm in the natural industry, what do they want to see? What is the story behind their stories? Like, I want to see their marketings because I want to learn how to talk to them on that. Like, in other words, if I'm gonna go to China, I need to speak Chinese. If I'm gonna go to the United States, I need to speak English. That's the only thing that I'm looking for. I don't really care what's in their cosmetics, what their branding. It doesn't matter because you can sell a rotten potato and put a beautiful marketing on it, sell them. Doesn't matter what you sell. It's how you brand it. It's how you market it. Doesn't really matter. Kylie selling whatever her cosmetics because she's Kylie, because the way she is, everything that she does, that it's her. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really matter what you sell. It's how you present it. So understanding your market, it is so important. It is absolutely important. And this is what a lot of people don't understand. They're running after, oh, I want to be like this, I want to be like this. I mean, every other brand that you see, they have all this edginess and whatever. Fenty Beauty came out. Such a beautiful message. Such a beautiful message. It was really nice for a change. It wasn't screaming, right? It was just really nice. Rihanna's, right? Rihanna's line, everybody knows. It was really nice. Yeah, bunch of her highlighters didn't go, like, or whatever. Like, it wasn't for so like, like her, what is it, trophy wife, that yellow gold was perfect for, like, eyeshadow. I cannot wear it as a highlighter. You could wear it as a highlighter, right?
I wear it
It's
as eyeshadow because it's literally
Eyeshadow,
just
it's
glitter.
so yellow.
It's
Yeah, it's just pure glitter. So it's not everybody's cup of tea, but we figured it out, right? Her packaging was like, I was surprised at her packaging. It was so simple, right? It was so simple. But then she came out with her eyeshadows. I was like, yeah, that's Rihanna. It was super edgy. You saw that, right? Like, it was really edgy. It was totally her. Everybody was shocked at that honeycomb. It was too mellow for her. But she said, you know what? I want people to understand the product. Again, she took a risk. It paid off. So she found her niche. She said, you know what? I'm gonna do foundations for every single person on the planet. That was amazing. So many brands have foundations. She created another 400 shades. Like, where did she even? It's amazing. It's incredible. People started copying. Like, Huda Beauty then came out with hers, but it didn't really go. Did you want to say something?
no.
Oh, like there's just so many other brands started, like, coming out with it, right? Like, I also have foundation for different skin types, but because I don't have, like, a woman of color in my salon, I cannot put it on her. Like, so I cannot put on myself the dark shade, so people don't know. So what I did was I went live and I did a foundation video. And I just did different foundations, and people were like, oh my god, I didn't know you carry dark foundation. I was like, yeah, So we do what we can, right? We do what we can, but that's not my niche. Yeah, I carry what everybody else carries, okay, whatever, but what's my niche? What do I want to be known for? You understand? So I don't really care that they came up. They can have all the money in the world, but what does the person want right now? Today, makeup artists, people, consumers, what do they want? They want personality. They want the brand to talk to them. The brands don't talk to them. Go on Mac. I feel like it's the same story for years. It's the same story. Did they change anything? No. They're bringing another celebrity. It's all fired up. And it's their niche. Fine. But there's nothing, like, I don't think of Mac as I would rather go to Anastasia. Like, I feel like that's a little bit more personality brand than a Mac. Mac is huge. Anastasia is not as huge. Do you know what I mean? So, what is your personality? How are you going to bring out that brand? Again, if you want to be known as I'm going to just bring a bunch of stuff from China and sell it, fine. But this is a little bit of a bigger conversation. You know what I mean? This is something that you want to create a product that's going to be an actual product. Like, You know the story of Dolce and Gabbana when they started out. Do you know their story? There's two guys. They were working for completely different tailors. One called the other to confirm an appointment. Then they got together, and they started a brand. Like it just kind of happened, and they were struggling. But they said they were talking to each other one day, and they said, "No, I don't care. We're struggling. We cannot cut down on the quality and the price. We just can't." So it was so hard for them for years until people started to notice them. Look at the brand now. And what if back then they would have said, "Fine, we'll make it for $20 bags or whatever." We wouldn't have Dolce and Gabbana the way they are now. So yeah, it is hard. It was hard for me too to sell a $30 lipstick, but I said, you know what? I have the quality, and I want it to be a premium line. And I work my behind off every day on this line. I want people to, and I'm not shipping it from no China. It's all here. We'll make it here. So the conversation for this particular brand, like this particular situation here, is totally different. You understand? So whatever avenue you're going to take, I'll support you either way. I'll support you either way. It doesn't matter. I'm going to create it from scratch, when I import it from China, from Japan, it doesn't matter. The point is that I want you to be aware of these things. The knowledge is power. Knowledge. You can always reinvent yourself back up. Any questions so far? Everybody's thinking about their branding, colors. How did you get for $275 the market?
I got over it.
Oh my God. I remember when I started out, my first, the person who did my website charged like $4,000 or something, and he got lost for 3 months. We didn't hear from him. So I was on the phone trying to reach him, crying to my husband. I was like, where is this guy? My husband's like, oh, all right, fine, so let's get somebody else. I was like, but he has all the like passwords to this, I don't know what to do. And then he finally calls like in November. We were supposed to launch in August, and he's like, you know what, I just can't figure it out. I was like, oh. You know? Wasn't it?
Sounds like that.
Did he have a guy like that?
No, I'm with Boris, no.
No. He didn't do my
Was
website.
good.
Borg did
I never got
branding
anywhere with
over
it
there.
though.
Huh?
No, he knows his stuff.
My
I was
guy is
surprised
good.
actually.
My guy is
I was surprised. No, but he was like
Maybe
ridiculous.
we should
So I'm
already-
telling, like, in every single beginning, there's gonna be a point where you're gonna be like, oh, man, I wanna drop it. I wanna drop it. I don't wanna like. Remember in the beginning I said like that fear is gonna start creeping in. Like I don't know if I'm gonna do this. I don't know if this is from me. I don't know why I signed up. I don't know why. You just have to understand that it's all in the mind. It's a mindset. It's a mindset game. It's literally a mindset game. If you set your mind to something, you're gonna have to cut through all of that tape that's going to be preventing you.
So how do you, what do you mean, I want the cosmetic to talk that I'm real good stuff. That's what I wanted to say. Take me because I'm good.
Uh-huh.
How do you do that?
Okay, so here we go.
I'm the real McCoy. I'm good cosmetic. It's gonna last on you. It's gonna be good. It's gonna have the right color, and it's gonna.
Anyone
People-
could say that. It
Yes,
actually
I'm just-
has to do
But you
that.
gotta back it
Yeah,
up,
so-
Aaron. You can't just say, I have the
No.
best line, pick me, but like you
No.
gotta back
Like,
up
once
your...
you make the best product, how do you get it?
Yeah, I'm
out
talking
there?
about. Well, I'm not talking about. You're not gonna buy Chinese ingredients and say I'm based on Bloomingdale's or Neiman Marcus.
Well,
I'm
if
saying,
you will say
if my
it, who
product
is
is
going
really
to
good.
check?
It's a real good stuff. But I want people to know, hey, you see, my stuff is here and the other guy is here. Take me because I'm the real McCoy. I'm gonna have a good quality. When you put it on, you're gonna see good stuff and it's gonna last. And I don't know whatever else the lady needs. How do I tell them? How does my
Whatever else the lady needs.
you know whatever? I'm
Well, if
not
you have to
even-
ask that
how
question.
else? No. How does my
Right.
pencil gonna talk like that?
So before you start selling it, you have to create it. And before you start creating it, you have to know what you're creating. Do you understand? There are steps that you need to take, because before, right now, there is no answer to that, because we know nothing about your pen, whatever you're selling. We know nothing
But once we
about
know
it.
that it's the best pen.
Once you know, you're gonna know what niche you're in. So we start brainstorming into that. We're drilling down to the niche. Do you understand? We have to. Okay, so were you here from the first step or no?
No.
You missed it. Okay. Can you give him also the 6 steps, please?
Here he has
I
it.
have.
Oh, you have it, okay. So there's a process that if you don't complete the process, you're gonna have more questions than
Don't go,
You
so you
understand?
already spoke about this.
I did, so I went
Then
into it.
don't go back,
Right.
I'll get a recap.
No, I'm
later.
just giving you like an overview. So there are 6 steps that I've created to really simplify it. You can take it home. There's 6 steps, okay? Very simple. In here, we obviously cannot cover every single thing. This is the reason why I created the Elite Products Academy, okay? Can you see it? Yeah, that's my initial logo. I don't know if I'll change it. I kind of like it. What do you think?
I love it.
It's nice. So here's what it is. This is the action plan. Okay. The 6 steps that you just learned. Consider it. We didn't even touch the surface. We didn't scratch the surface. Okay. So whatever information you heard today was like you read the cover of the book.
We didn't do step 6 yet at all. I don't think so. Did we?
Yeah. We went through it. The sales channels.
Social media, video marketing, online store, interest group.
Well, we're not gonna go through all of them. There are certain. This
Okay.
is just for you to know that there are so
Alright.
many things available. We went into Amazon because that's like my favorite. Another one that I really love is just your own website. You can do drop shipping. You can do fulfillment by Amazon. Fulfillment by Amazon, even though they take percentage, it is so worth it, you guys. It is so worth it. They ship it for you. They take care of customer service for you.
But you have to make sure that you have enough inventory. They're
Yeah,
not
but they
gonna
let you
take-
know. They tell you. They send you like they literally tell you, okay, you're running low on this. Please refill this. This is too much. You need to take care of this. It's not selling. You know, because they charge you for you keeping your stock. It's not a lot, but it still it adds up. If it's just sitting there, you're not selling anything.
It's all.
Yeah. So well, depends how much you're
But I'm
storing.
saying if you're not gonna have enough inventory, then you're gonna mess yourself up with Amazon, right? If they expect you to be able
Well,
to
yeah.
send them, if the Amazon's gonna say, I need now 100 pieces, and you don't have those 100 pieces.
So you're not. So you're out of stock.
Like, I moved
Don't,
away
the
from
Amazon
the
doesn't like to be
fulfillment.
out of stock.
I
no?
moved to the
What does
vendor,
Amazon have to do with it? You're not selling it from Amazon. You're selling it under my brand. I'm
It's
selling
very
it under my
difficult
brand.
Amazon.
No. When you buy from Amazon, Amazon wants,
You're not buying from them. You're sending it
It's
to
not an
Amazon
Amazon
to ship
brand.
out
At
for
I
you.
know,
At
but
some
Amazon
point,
doesn't like.
the Amazon
they
will
can't
ask you
ship.
to sell to them, that you become a
you
vendor.
get-
They're not gonna
Yes,
keep you
they
as a
do.
prime
That's
seller
why
if you don't
I
have the inventory. You're not gonna be
prefer
listed.
Amazon buys directly, and I don't have to bother with it if it returns and not.
But we
not
bought
allowed
like
to sell to them.
just to
and they
try
sell.
out Amazon fulfillment. We bought like 1,000 pallets of a very hot selling pallet. Not my own name, like a brand that already exists. Bought 1,000 pieces for a good price during a hot season now before the holidays, and Amazon was fulfilling it. And so you go into a rotation of that item. So let's say there's 10 other sellers selling it. So every 10th is your product. You, right? Every 10th sale goes to you if there's 10 sellers selling that hot
Now,
item.
if you featured one, you can take like 90% of sales. It
Anyway, my
depends.
point is, it was very complicated because we did the numbers and we figured that based on the rotation, we should be selling 1,000 pieces, let's say, in a month. But every 2 or 3 days, Amazon would shut us down. We would have to reapply for it for no reason. Nothing, nothing on our end, but just constantly,
But it was another.
we would
like,
constantly be booted out of the rotation, and we would have to reapply and get back into the
Oh,
rotation.
she's talking about the box.
Okay, I see what you mean.
What are you talking about?
You can be in the box or outside the box.
I don't know, to be like a prime seller on rotation.
Mhm.
And every time we were like, oh, we sold 40 pieces, 50 pieces, got booted out, had to reapply. Like, they're not so.
But you were not selling your
reliable
own
with
name.
these things.
You were not. You were just selling someone. There's another name like yours that was selling it.
Yeah, let's say we were selling Mac, but
Mac.
we were a certified seller for Mac, let's say,
But
right?
there's another Mac selling there. So you weren't exclusive, basically.
Right. There's 10 other sellers in the rotation.
10
That's selling
sellers
Mac.
selling the same thing.
Selling the same exact item for the same price, because that's how Amazon Prime more or less does it. So they don't see Marco Privy selling it. It's just they see Amazon has this item,
Yeah, but you're not. But you're not selling it under Marco
goes by the-
Privy. You're selling it under Mac. You're selling Mac. I'm saying product, right?
No. it's not
Sold
under
by
that
Marco
name.
Privy.
No.
It was under a totally different
If you
name.
create your own
Under the
listings,
brand name, but
if that's your
Has
listing,
your own
but I am
listing,
still the
receipt.
seller.
and you don't let anybody else sell there is nobody else. That's it. you don't just.
No,
let
but she
anybody-
couldn't
I'm
because it
not-
wasn't her product.
I'm just saying how.
In other words, 10
Try
people were
it.
selling Poland Spring water on Amazon.
Right, and I was one of them, and so I was in the
10
Poland Spring
people.
rotation.
So Amazon,
Whoever has the cheapest to the highest ratings, the top service level gets in the box. That's it. They have 260 pointers that they measure, and if whoever gets there, that's.
Right, so we
that's
stayed
it.
within that frame. We stayed within the price to stay inside,
Someone
but
keeps
for
you
no
out.
reason, you're saying you get booted out when somebody else.
Yeah.
Like they put a
Changes.
penny. There is an algorithm software. So
somebody.
whatever
made
you
do
sell,
that.
I just put a
That's
penny less, and I'll.
You were
I'll
number
go
10.
front.
Now you
Remember,
became
there's
number
always
11.
somebody
But
that
we got right
lives
in
on
without
the
changing prices, it was
computer.
just redoing the process,
Right,
and
but
Amazon would just say, sorry, like, there's no real apparent reason, they just say, sorry, you can reapply, get back in,
That's why it's better to just have your own, like literally your own brand.
like zero
Like
competition.
no one else is
Right.
selling like cosmetics on Amazon. No one else selling Marco
I still
eBay.
run into all these Amazon issues where you're
I don't
like,
run into the only issue that I did run into is when the UPC codes collided for some reason. They just overlapped. I don't know if you ever had this situation. I would sell like a red lipstick, but there was a book with the same name, and the codes overlapped because mine was legit UPC code that I registered, and there wasn't. It was fake.
what would happen?
They just put it together. Now people are buying the book instead of mine. But you understand? You saw that it was the
We were
weirdest thing.
getting the wrong item.
They wrong.
No,
No. They were getting but it was all mixes up with another seller's product. That was I ran into it a lot in the past. Recently it's been fine, but
And how do you stop that?
you call them up. You literally like stick a sticker on
They
it.
give you a manager who takes care of
Yeah,
everything.
and then you take a picture to prove that it is your UPC code on the item, and then they go through this whole thing, and then somebody is assigned to
Takes
you.
This could be
$48.
because somebody accidentally got a book from you.
That never happened. That actually somebody
So how did you
because I
stop
picked
it
it
in
up
the
right
process?
away. We have somebody who's watching it constantly. Like I see it, and they always send you like an error message or something. But so we were always on top of it. But that was colliding. That was my only like situation. But other than that, I never really got into this because I'm the only one selling it. You understand? So it's very important. Amazon is its own animal. You can make a lot with Amazon if you know what you're doing. Okay. I mean, you've been selling on Amazon forever, right? If you don't want to, you don't have to. If you have good marketing online, I have an amazing marketing person now that we just hired for LA Cosmetics who does a ton of things with ClickFunnels. I don't know if you heard of ClickFunnels. It's an amazing tool that I strongly recommend using. It's a little pricey, but it is so good because you create these little funnels, you know? So we created funnels to basically trap, I guess,
Who
for lack
doesn't
of a
go
better
to
word.
Amazon first?
Oh my god, a lot of people.
Don't
Surprisingly.
use Amazon first.
Don't use Amazon. Like I never go on eBay, but I know so many people that go on eBay. They just refuse to go anywhere else. I have friends personally who don't care about anything other than like she shops on Venus or whatever, right? Venus.com. She loves that like she loves them and she goes there. I live for Amazon.
Because you
like
know the specific product.
yeah,
Venus is a product.
it's a clothing line.
Clothing line.
Good
Okay,
quality.
so you know that product.
Yeah.
But let's say I got a dress. I want a fancy dress. So I type in fancy dress. Amazon's the first thing
Nobody
that's
ever
gonna,
types in fancy
Yeah.
dress.
so Amazon's gonna be the first
He
thing that's
does.
gonna come
It
up.
does.
Amazon's gonna be the first thing that comes up, no?
No. Amazon's not automatically comes up.
No.
There's so many. It
You're probably gonna
depends.
direct to fancy dress.
There's so many other companies
Dot
that are
com.
small who wanna be first.
There probably is a
Fancy
fancy
dress.com.
dress.com.
There is no good.
So in other words, you have to know how to be on top when someone Googles the item.
Yeah, you pay for that.
That's why you have to have a
SEO,
marketing
you
person.
gotta organic, like you really have to be on top of it. But that's like a lot of. Another way you can do it. You can use Shopify. I'm sure everybody heard of Shopify. They have buttons. Hmm?
On the fancy dress?
Oh, you were googling fancy dress.
How it's how it came out.
Fancydress.com.
Oh, I guess somebody actually. Smart.
eBay went first before the Amazon.
eBay was before Amazon.
eBay is giant. People are neglecting eBay. You see what I mean? Like, everyone's like, oh, Amazon. I love Amazon. I'm a patron of Amazon. I pay for Prime every year. Like, it's just certain people are obsessed that I need it yesterday. I love Prime. They have this new one, right? The one that you get it in 2 hours. I mean, how fast do you need it?
My algorithms are different in Google because they know my purchasing patterns, and so they might put something in front of
For
me.
you.
For me and for you, they would do something else.
Uh-huh.
Like if you're always on Amazon, it'll show up.
I
First
understand.
for
I
you.
got you. other words, the KGB is watching you at every moment.
No, but you have to
Oh,
have
yeah.
the marketing team that knows what
That's what it
your
is, that's what it
clientele
is.
is searching for.
Are we
Of
still in
course.
that Russians sold us out situation?
Well, this is what it is. The computers is like the KGB. They know exactly. Once you're going to go in so many times, you'll see anytime you open up, the advertisements are going to be the stuff that you were looking at.
Yeah.
They watch you.
Yeah, and then in the email box you're gonna get a notification. By the way, the thing that you were searching for. Another way that you could do sales is you can get a distributor. There are a few that I know personally, really good. Some of them, there are distributors that are gonna really take a lot from your base coat. So for example, for the base price, for example, your lip gloss will cost $3. They're gonna want you to add 5% on top of that, and the rest they want to themselves. Because they're the distributors to the distributors. Does that make sense? So the big guys are gonna take it, truckloads of your stuff, truckloads. They're gonna take about 40% of that, and the rest, whoever they give it to, they don't even care. So the distributor to distributor, yeah, you're gonna make 5%, but you're gonna make a lot on that volume. So you need to really see if it's gonna be worth it for you. For a lot of places, it is worth it. For cosmetic lines, I wouldn't go that route, personally. It's 5% for somebody small. Like, I mean, how much can you produce, right? Right now, you will need to really they want 50,000 pieces of one thing, because they are the truckload for the distributors. So there's a hierarchy. Who you can go with is just distributors. For example, you want to get into Whole Foods, which is a whole different animal. You can get into Target. You can go through specific channels to get directly into them. You understand? So that will cost you much less. Another thing is, if you want to get into these retail stores, a lot of them want to work on consignment. Do you have a question?
Yeah. I asked about I thought Whole Foods is just food. Mainly.
No. Whole Foods has a calendar when you can apply. I made that mistake when I was starting out. I just shipped them the product and they got lost. Because they have a calendar, in January they're accepting certain types of stuff, and February certain types. They have a calendar, and you need to really get in there when they're accepting cosmetics or whatever.
This is now an Amazon item, an Amazon company, right?
Whole Foods is
Whole Foods?
brick and mortar.
No.
No,
Whole
but
Foods is
Amazon
actually-
owns them now, right?
Oh, I don't know that.
Of course.
Yeah,
Do they own them?
yeah.
They
They just
built
bought
up-
them. They bought them
It's
just
amazing.
about
They bought them.
Something recent?
yeah, 2
No,
months
it's-
ago.
2 months
it's-
ago?
Come on, it's like a summer. It's
Summer
June.
they bought?
June.
June. I
Isn't that
remember.
crazy?
Oh,
Maybe the prices
tell
will
them
go down.
about the
Say it
QVC
again?
and
So
the
maybe the prices will go
influencers.
down
The prices will go down?
at Whole Foods. They got sued a couple times
Yeah.
for overcharging people.
Really? There's such thing? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, but if you're gonna go, there's a website that I'm actually on now. They've contacted me and I put my stuff on it. There's a company that just recently launched, a couple of years maybe, and you can put your brand on it. You have to be a registered trade, you have to be a legit brand. And then if you pay them I think $1,000 or $1,200 for the year, they will verify you. You become a verified brand on their platform, and those Whole Foods and Targets and all those brands that are looking for Whole Foods, that are looking for their next product, this is where they go. Okay, so this is an amazing opportunity for startups to get recognized and get into these stores, because honestly, if you knock on the door of Whole Foods, they're gonna just say, this is not how we work. Target, they have certain things in place. So in order to get into these stores, this took me forever to get into all of these things. This is why this information is amazing, is because these are the products, these are the companies. Actually, the company that this company, the woman that owns it, that started that particular one, she had a skincare line that she was trying to get into all these stores, and it failed because no one helped her. And she said, oh my God, there has to be a better way. So in 1 year, she literally went bankrupt, so she started this whole platform.
So what is this platform again?
That's a secret.
No, what did you say?
No, it's a platform. It's a platform. It's a website. It's a special website that you put your stuff on it, and then they get you verified. And then all of these Whole Foods and whatever, they search for new brands on that website specifically. Yeah, so it's kind of like
So you
a
give,
shopping center.
you
for-
give them a fee.
No, you give them nothing. You just pay them one time.
Pay them a fee.
No percentages. They don't take anything.
Right, you pay them a fee, and then they put you on their
Platform.
platform.
It's verified. I mean, you can be there for free, but you're gonna be one of like 400,000 companies
And if
that
you
are
pay
on it.
money,
But if you pay them, they literally put you as a verified. So because when Whole Foods is shopping for a new brand, they want to make sure that the
And
what
what do
does
you
that
mean?
mean to be
how to become
verified?
verified.
You need to have insurance. You need to have the perfect photos. You have to have. What is the number one rule for photos? Who knows?
Clear, light.
White background.
Yeah, right.
White background. Very important. And the picture itself has to take up at least this much space. You understand? Like there's a ratio, like I think it's 80 to 90% of the actual photo has to be the product itself. Otherwise, like they don't want to scroll and they don't want to, because a
So in
lot of
other words,
times
they are your salesperson to get you into the stores,
they
to
are,
get you into these
they're
big
not even a
places.
salesperson. They're kind of like guiding you. They're your guide. They're the platform that you're sitting on. So basically, right now it's so much easier. Like
So who
before-
contacts you? Let's say Whole Foods sees, they contact you afterwards, or this
Yeah,
platform
nope.
contacts
And also, you can contact them if you see, like, you could actually see, like, oh, Whole Foods just saw me, or Ulta Beauty, like, just recently Ulta Beauty came on now, like, I was like, oh my god. So I can actually, once, like, I just got verified, like, I think a week ago, I'm actually able to now talk to the Ulta, because now I have, you know, I'm on a platform where I'm able to do that. So a lot of secrets to the industry, right? There's a lot of information, everybody wants to sleep.
What's this platform called?
This is part of the program where I'm gonna actually teach you all of these things that I'm gonna talk about. So any questions so far? Everybody understood everything. It's amazing. Okay. So here's what Elite Products Academy can do for you. I created a 6-week course. It's an online course, so you can be at home, you can be wherever you are. You're gonna get a module sent to you. The module is going to be pre-recorded. You're gonna pre-record it, and it's gonna be divided into smaller sub-modules. So if you have a question on one specific thing, you don't have to go through the whole recording to find it. It's very nicely put together. So you're gonna be getting the recording with homework, with cheat sheets. You're gonna go through it. The following week, we get on a call. We talk. I answer your questions. If you didn't understand something, if you want to go any deeper in that, we do that. The first week, we're gonna go deep into the niche because it's a huge conversation. The second week, we're going to do the product ideation, exactly what you want to do. Okay. The third one, we're actually going to be creating your product. Okay. So the 6th step, literally what we just went through. The week 4, outsourcing or not outsourcing. The 5th one, we're gonna complete the puzzle. I'm gonna tell you where to trademark, where to patent if you need to patent your specific formula. If not, then not. The 6th one, we're gonna do the marketing and sales. So the point is that by the time we complete the 6 weeks, you should have your product. You should know how to sell it. Everything is gonna be there. This is the whole action plan. At the end of that, we're gonna have a 3-day live event. It's gonna be very hands-on. It's gonna be 3 days, very intense, like a boot camp. So basically what you've learned, we're going to be doing hands-on, very specific. Literally gonna be creating 90-day plans for the launches, what is next for you. So this is a very intense program, very. The program will include the video training modules that are with you for life. You're gonna have PDFs, you're gonna have MP3s, so you can listen to it on your smartphones. You're gonna have cheat sheets, recommended tools, all the websites, the formulation sheets if you wanna formulate. Group calls are gonna be recorded. You can listen to it whenever you want. And then you're gonna have a 3-day live event. Any questions? Okay. I'm not even gonna tell you the price of this program because we have to know if it's a good fit. It's a really intense program. Today, it's just an invitation to a call. Since not a lot of us, we can talk here, or you can book a call get on the phone, we can discuss specifically, like with you, Ayana, you wanna do a highlighter, like what else is there? There's a big conversation that I have specifically for you and for you if you want to also for Irina, that we have to really drill down and to see if this is a good fit. So, I'm gonna show you something right now. This is in your goodie bags, you're going to find a Astera products. Did you guys see it?
Yeah. That's not you, right?
No, this is Astera products, this is the company
Oh,
that,
I use it.
You do?
I guess so.
What is that? What do you use?
Yes, I use.
Hi everybody, my name is Lilia. I am one of the owners of Astera Products, and I just wanted to take the time out to actually come on here
Can I see
and
it?
just talk about my whole experience with working with Yelena. And I just wanted to say, first and foremost, thank you to her, gosh, for extending a hand, so to speak. We first started out a few years ago as just a regular home-based kind of company. Not even a company actually. First started out making products just for the family. And she came one day and was like, "Oh hey, these products are amazing," because my mother would give them out to her and things like that. And she was like, "Wow, why don't you guys make this into a business?" And we're like, "No, what do we need that for? We don't have time for that. Nobody's gonna buy it." She was like, "No, I really think you guys have something going on here." So lo and behold, a couple of years down the line, we literally went from making products just for us to actually making products internationally and selling internationally, which is a few years ago, if you would have asked me, I would have been like, yeah, okay, sure. But here we are, and it's all thanks to Yelena and her guidance and just being there every step of the way, you know. She helped, so from A to Z, and here's how it goes. We needed help literally, the products we knew how to make, that's the easy part. The hard part was what to do with the products, how to package them, what's appealing, what's not, what do customers want. It never ends. How to sell, there you go, that's a big one. How to sell. What do you do with these products once you have them in your hands? Where do they go? What do you do? Who do you give them to? Who do you don't? Who do you reach out to? What vendors do you need? The list goes on. And thanks to Yelena, we actually sat down, formulated a plot to take over the world. But in all honesty, she really helped guide us down this path to not only expanding the line as we have it now, but to actually deal with more people who can help us close accounts and to even just meet different types of people and different vendors and things like that to make our products what they are today. And I just wanted to say thank you, because without her, we wouldn't be where we are. And guys, honestly, I know nobody is born a business person. Nobody knows what to do. Nobody wakes up and goes, "Oh, I'm gonna do A, B, C, D, E, F, G." No. I mean, unless you have some sixth sense or something, you need somebody who's been there, who's done it, who made the mistakes so that you don't make them anymore. And having Elena by our side, we knew, we're like, okay, like she's been through this, let's not do that. Or yes, she's done that, it's successful, let's do this. So right now we're actually working on actually meeting more people and closing accounts and just actually working on wholesaling and things like that. We would have never been there a few years ago. Ask me now, I would have laughed at you and been like, okay, like I said, this wasn't gonna happen. But it is, and it's literally a dream come true, because we want our products to reach different families, different households. We want to be a household name, and we want to just be that household name that people turn to, that they can just be like, oh yes, there are products, of course I use that. So that's our goal, and I'm so glad that Yelena's actually by our side helping us every step of the way, and I know that we're just going to explode even more thanks to her. And again, if you guys want to make the right choice, work with Yelena. Thanks.
So this is actually one of the owners of Astera products. So, what did you think about her? She was literally making it for her family. they had some family health issues, and they said, okay, let's try to make this, try to make that. Her mother is an esthetician, and she started creating these little concoctions at home. And then when I came, I said, okay, so let me see this. And they were like, no, you don't understand how much I had to like argue with it. I was like, are you kidding me? I need this in my salon like so badly. Like, you gotta start branding it. Blood, sweat, and tears went into this. Blood, sweat, and tears. That's such an amazing product. I was like, well, let's take it to market right now. And I'm gonna show you that a little bit later. Like, they're literally selling international. They're making their products at home. They have a house. They have, like, in the basement they equipped it, and they, like, if you go to Astera products on their social media, you're gonna see, like, they're adorable. They're just adorable. And so without even thinking about it, I was able to get them from that idea of just creating products and do nothing else about it, just for the home use, to an international brand. They have wholesale accounts. What I do is anytime I have an event, I promote them, because that's what I do for anybody that I work with. If I feel passionate about, I use their Hydra Night Cream. I actually asked her to put it in. You have that in there. When you do your customers, I actually figured it out myself, and I told her, I was like, oh my god, it's amazing for under makeup. It is a fantastic cream that if you ever use a moisturizer on a person's face, right, like a thicker moisturizers, this one is an anti-aging miracle, because she uses candelilla wax in it, and it will plump up your skin. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, let me try that underneath my makeup. It's very heavy. So I put a very small amount. I like literally massaged it into my face, and I was like, okay, and I applied my makeup. And then I went live with one of the celebrity chefs that did her makeup. And then when I did her makeup, she calls me up the next day. I was like, oh my god, like my skin is so good and it's glowing, and it's like the makeup is still, I don't understand, like what did you use? So she got the Hydra Night Cream, it went viral. I mean, like, it just picked up, it was crazy. So I always take the products from like the people that I really believe into, and I promote them. They're in the goodie bags, they're in my events, and like cosmetics, and they're everywhere. So the support system is huge. So I not only literally walk with you throughout, and this was even before I created the whole academy. This was just what I was passionate about, and I was able to do that. And then when so imagine if this happened when it was not even an academy, what could happen when it is? When now it's all branded and it's all marketed. And honestly, guys, you know how much I love investing in myself. I mentioned it earlier. The people that I work with currently, the caliber of their mind, it's ridiculous. Like, when I tell them an idea, they're like sprouting it. Like, it's crazy. So having that backup and a chemist that I work with, it's just, you're gonna have all the tools that you can possibly need or want to create and to launch and to be successful. There's just no way around it. You understand? I'm really looking for 5 people, just 5 people, for the program. I don't want to have like a bunch of people, because I want it to be very, very intimate. Okay. I have a couple of people that are already signed up. So if you want, you can schedule a call. We can go drill down, really understand if this is something that you can handle, because this is going to be intense. But with intense comes success. No matter what level you're on, I know you have a cosmetic line. You're gonna have a cosmetic line. You wanna formulate also. So in order to understand what's the next step, you have to go through the steps. You have to, there's just no ifs or buts about it. This is very important to me. I am really committed to the business owners who want to take action. I'm an action taker, and I'm going to make sure that I'm literally going to be dragging you with me. You're going to be accountable for every little thing. Okay? There's not going to be whining or whatever, I'm tired, none of that. You want it bad enough, you're going to have it. You'll have to work for it. It's going to happen. You're in such a good time right now to do this. You are established. You're starting out this is like 2018 just started. You know what I mean? What are you gonna say in 2019?
I started back then.
I should have started back then, right? Yeah, I should have started back then. This is what she's been doing. She was on Dr. Oz.
Who's she?
Lilia, we just saw.
Oh, yeah.
That's her with Dr. Oz. She's in the store. She's an international brand. She was featured Dr. Oz. That's her with him. She's been doing a bunch of different celebrity events. She was sponsoring. That's me with her. I literally went with her to one of her events just to help her when she was starting out. All the branding we did, like every little thing on the planet. So when I tell you like you're gonna be family, you're gonna be family. This is not one of those like in beauty school, right? If anybody went to actual beauty school, like you go in there, as soon as you're done, goodbye. Like there's no continuity, nobody really cares. This is not how we do it. I want you guys to, say it again?
Where does Sarah come from?
Estera?
Yeah.
So, you know the story very well, right? Also. Terra means earth. And S is, she put it like Esther because her Hebrew name is Esther. And also, S stands for the sun. So it's like the sun and the earth. So it's like a lot of different elements that went into it.
Are they called Stera?
Estera products. Sterra products. Even her logo, she chose those colors particularly because like the sun and the purple color, the purple color around it is like a, I think it's amethyst, right, Irina? And the amethyst is like her favorite color.
Is this from the boutique over here on 50th Street, S Boutique? Is that the same Esther? No. I know, but when I look at this right away, I'm not sure if we're gonna start reading the word. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm even
What's the company? Oh,
And for Alexander, for your wife. So guys, you have any questions for me? I know we covered a lot. We need to process all this, right?
yeah, I don't know, but the name.
Okay.
Definitely a lot to think
She just uses the.
A lot to think about, right? Yes, there's a lot to think about. There is an opportunity that when it's knocking, you gotta take it. It's one of those things, you know? A few months ago, I didn't even think that I was gonna do this. It was just something in the back of my head that I was thinking kind of, I really wanna do it, but I don't know if I can do it, you know? And that's not until I actually organized it, I was like, oh my god, this could totally help someone. I keep talking and talking, I can't be talking. No, it's okay. So basically, you have a decision to make. What is your next thing? What is your next step? It's in your hands. I think my throat tells me to shut up. Yeah. So now you can talk. Anybody? Ayana, what are your thoughts? What is your takeaway from today?
That I could definitely have my own personal company, and that it's definitely a possibility. I didn't realize that I could make things myself, like in the kitchen, large batches.
Can you step
things
away?
like that.
Can you step aside since you asked not actually he asked not to be in the camera, so since I'm gonna record the girls talking, so we will save embarrassment be on the camera.
That's all.
That's possible to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you came here, what were you expecting?
Just to learn how to start my own cosmetic line.
And did you learn?
Definitely.
There's a lot of information, right?
Yeah.
Some of the
A lot of
things that you
different
said.
methods too, because I only was aware of private labeling.
Yeah, a lot of people are aware of like private labeling and also chemists, but they don't really know the golden middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. The golden middle is the one that a lot of people are probably gonna kind of gear towards, where you have the base, like what we did today, very similar. Plus you put the three colors together. You see how easy it was? Because you were using the right pigments. When you're using pigments that contain a bunch of starches, you're not gonna get that result. It's gonna be like mush.
Right.
So, yeah.
I didn't have the original question.
What's your takeaway and share?
Takeaway. I find like with anything that you're gonna take a class with, it's gonna, what I take away most is how much more information there is. You know what I mean? Like I get it, you just tapped into the topics and yeah, I do feel like there's a lot more out there and more information, and I guess we'll be in touch regarding that. Just can't cover it all in this little.
Impossible, like, we can be here 3 days and it's not gonna be possible, there's just, there's, like, a lot of times when I speak with people, they're like, I wanna do this, so how do I sell it? But if you don't go through the step, if you don't go through the system, you will always be asking the same questions. So, it's like when you go to school, you have to go through the first grade. I cannot put you in the 12th grade and expect you to know all of it, right? So I have to put you through like the alphabet and then the numbers and like you have to know certain things in order to get to a certain place. Like if I would have told you right now, I don't know, go and find me a base for a lipstick, you would be like, well, where do I go? And what kind of base? And how, like there's just so many questions that are going to be in your head, and they're valid questions. So when you go through the certain steps of the system, that's when it makes sense, because by the time you get to the 12th grade, you're like, oh, well, I already know that. I already know how to read that. Like, it just totally makes sense. So yeah, there's always more to learn, but I really wanted to do this class to kind of bring awareness of what is possible. So whichever way we're gonna go further than that, further than this, you're gonna have the knowledge that there is a way, and it is totally possible, right?
I wanted to ask you about something we didn't discuss much. Like they have all these cosmetic manufacturing exhibits and things like that. Are those useful resources to target, or it's just too broad?
You mean to
Like if I want to make a specific lipstick, and I have it, this is what I want to make, and I don't want to formulate from scratch. I want to just reverse this, kind of make this exact thing. I'm happy with it. I just want to make it my own. Go to one of these, you know, they have the exhibits where they're manufacturing, every country has a rep over there. Are those reliable? Have you worked with that, or have you only done work with your specific chemist? Because there you're dealing with their chemist, instead of getting your own chemist, you know.
So with those, you have to go in and try what they're certified in. You know, you have to ask them questions like, what is another line that they produce? Like, do they have any success stories? Like, there's certain
Have
questions.
you ever made anything through one of these kind of?
Yeah, of this caliber, and they need to really prove it to you. They have to. For example, like, who did you work with? And then they will tell you, and then you say, well, what are your references? Can I call them? Because if let's say they did like some kind of a private label for somebody, they may not want to disclose that because there's a non-disclosure agreement that you
Right.
signed.
So I had one of these people that said they did work for, let's say, Rimmel. But I can't call Rimmel and verify that. They could say whatever they want to say.
They can say whatever they want to say, right?
And that's that. That's where it starts and ends.
Pretty much. So you don't want to work with businesses that tell you big guys. What about small guys? Like, if you're gonna give them the form, like if I give you the formula, can you reverse it? You know what I mean? Like, they need to back up their claim. Because if you're gonna go to any of these manufacturers, especially Chinese manufacturers, on their website, they're gonna say, oh, we did the display for this company, this company, this company. Because what are you gonna do? You're gonna call Mac and ask, did they
Right.
do the? Who are you? They're gonna, right? They're not gonna. So that way they know you're not gonna be able to know that. And the day they get sued, they don't care. So there are certain questions that you really need to understand, to ask. So yeah, it's a big conversation. We also cover it. But going to these for as experience, just to kind of experience it, just to talk, just to have a conversation. Another thing that we're gonna do in this program, we're gonna go to the shows and we're gonna talk. You're gonna see how I speak with them. I'm gonna literally, like, one of the requirements will be that you register to one of these shows. Most of them are free, and you're gonna see how I speak with them and what are the questions that I'm asking. So it's a very hands-on, and no one offers this ever. It's a lot of theory and theory and theory, you know what I mean? But to actually go to these manufacturing with me, ask the questions, see it firsthand. You're gonna ask the questions. I'm gonna be right there and tell you that no, you gotta negotiate it down. You gotta, like, this is not what you're asking. This is what you're supposed to ask. You're gonna actually understand it hands-on, okay, now I got it, okay, so this is how the conversation goes, you know what I mean? Because a lot of times people understand it in theory. You know, like, oh, I read it in the book, oh, that's how it's supposed to be done. When you're actually there, it's a lot of people, like a lot of people are usually crowding like the best, right?
I've been
Like
there.
packaging, whatever, you know what it is, it's chaos.
I got a lot of information from a lot of people, but I never committed to one specific one because I just didn't feel like it was enough information.
Right.
They're all selling themselves, and
Yeah, we can do it, that's all you hear. Oh, we
Right.
can do it, sure we can do it.
everybody could do everything over
They
there.
can do everything, that's why you have to, like, there's a conversation.
And they all work with the highest of high brands.
100%.
So there's nothing backing their information.
They all do displays for Mags, they all do displays for Fet, like, they all just, yeah, it's crazy, like, they're
And they all
literally
just need like a 15,000 minimum
Yeah.
per shade.
Yeah, but you probably went to like the manufacturing. You should go to something small on a smaller scale if you want to go that way, because they do, and you probably want somebody who will outsource because then they want something like that. The local ones you can find. I mean, if you want to reverse the formula,
I was looking for a place that can fulfill as much as in one place as possible. So
there are
avoid-
plenty of places to do that. So if you have your own, like if you, let's say you like.
I think that's a misconception. Let's do it in one place because it's much easier.
No. When you go to a cosmetic manufacturing exhibit, that, you know, there's one that's like in Vegas and New York once a year. It's not like often, forgot what it's called. They have, every country has like another table, a rep, making cosmetics, and some specialize in face wipes, some specialize in lotion, some are great with lipsticks.
Right.
And you have to really, you know, but they all promise everything. They all could do everything for you, and for a very low minimum of 10,000 pieces per shade. They call it like a very low minimum, you know. But it's a lot of, they give you a lot of information with not enough backings. You don't have that.
But the thing is
Like
that
why you're
if you don't
trusting,
know
you know,
what-
that the
you have
trust is
to know
not.
specific questions to ask them, because they're gonna feed you as much information as they want, because they want you to stay focused. But at the end of the day, you cannot focus on so much information. This is why you have to come in with specific questions, like what do you want from them? What do you want from them? Like what were the things that you were asking them?
Back then it was more general because I didn't have like my niche product that I wanted to work on. It was just general, just to get a little taste of the
Right, so
feeling.
they're
don't
gonna,
know.
so they're gonna say general, so but when you niche it down and say, okay, I'm a small brand,
You wanna go?
I
sit
want-
down?
No.
I'm a small brand, I want 500 pieces. How much is it gonna cost me? Oh, we can only work with 5,000, fine, but the guy over there,
When you're coming, you have
You know what
to
I'm
be
saying?
more
you
specific
have to be
and
specific and you have to be assertive because they know you're gonna like,
If you want to do anything in China, 500 pieces ain't gonna do it.
sure you can do it for 100 pieces.
500
Absolutely.
pieces,
100%, you can do it for 5 pieces. Aaron, please, I know.
and not if you're in a regular.
You're
Don't
talking
forget,
about-
in China, I mean,
he's saying if you want to find a very reputable place, then
Sure you can find
if
a
you find a beautiful
place.
place, not gonna do 500 pieces. I'll tell you
Absolutely
what,
they
this
will.
is the
This is
Chinese
what
mind.
I didn't
The Chinese mind doesn't look at the product. They don't care that you're making a lipstick. They look at the dollar.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna
So
make
the
it,
cost,
I'm not,
the cost is gonna be higher,
no,
but
but
it's not
I'm,
gonna be so
the
high.
factory is saying to themselves, we're not gonna open up our machines and have our workers be busy for a $200 order that we're gonna ship to
Yeah, they
there.
will. They absolutely will.
Because
100%.
it's potential.
Because they have
Not
they
for
have
$200.
stages. You're talking about those that are like huge when you buy 5, 10,000, 20,000 pieces. That's not what I'm talking about. That's already like way out of there. That's Alibaba that you're talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the smaller manufacturers that do cater to smaller companies because they do. Even a lot of them don't even require such a minimum, such a 500. You
You're
can get
talking
it
about
for
China?
100.
China?
Of course. 100,
Yes,
of course.
I checked. I did my research and picked it.
Yeah. No, but seriously.
I do one.
There are
I
much
do a lot of
smaller.
samples when I buy 1 or 2 pieces,
They
and
have to give you some.
they see that I sell in large amounts, and they send me a lot of stuff for free, even just
Because
for
you're
me
doing
to
it
try
on-
it.
Okay, samples and a lot of amounts is different, but
If
if you want
when I tell them that do this
No, they do.
package,
They
you
have
do this,
wonderful
and they know
factories.
that I'm moving the product, they
the
do
only
it for
way
me.
they're gonna do a small amount is because, let's say, for normally they would charge you 50 cents. If you want only this amount, I'm gonna charge you $1.50. Then I'll do a small amount.
So
$1.50 might be good enough for you too. You know what I mean? That might still be cheap enough for you.
exactly what I'm saying. So
But-
the price goes up a little bit. It's not like a huge drastic, but you could still get it for much cheaper. This is why the conversation has to be specific. Like if you're gonna be there, standing there, a lot of people just come there like, I don't know where do I start, what do I ask? And this is where they get you. Well, we want you to be 5,000 pieces. It's gonna be like 12 cents per one sheet. You're like, wow, 12 cents, amazing. And you calculate, it's like $500. You're like, oh man, it's still a lot, you know. So how do you drill that down? You gotta really tell them, well, I'm a small brand. Like, what can you do for me? And if not, then the next guy can do it for you. You know what I mean? Like, they want your business, they're gonna get it. If they really want it, they're gonna get it. If they're really gonna fight you for it, to move on. There's like 500 other people. You know what I mean? But that's why in this program we're gonna go together. You're not gonna go by yourself. I'm gonna give you the list of like for the year, the open registration. Like so there's one that's coming up. I think in
June.
there's a packaging in March. I think March the packaging show, and I really want you guys to go there because
So that's
You're
just
gonna
for
need it.
That's just for packaging.
yeah, but there's certain times of the year, so I want you to cover all of them. So we'll kind of be all over the like because we can't change the dates. So we'll have to start wherever they are. Like in March, there's gonna be a packaging show. Then in June, there's something else. There's like they just throughout the year. So I want you to kind of get to as many as you can. And they're in New York. You're in New York also, right? You're in, yeah. So to go to at least one of those shows is gonna be a requirement. It's gonna be a requirement for the course. I love going to the shows whether I need them or I don't need them. I just love going there because there's always something new. There's always something fun. There's always a better conversation. There are certain things that you need to understand in terms of abbreviations. There's a lot of abbreviations that they're very confused about. So these are the things that we're going to be discussing. These are the things that you have to know because you're going to be an owner. Now, if you want to go that route, great. If you don't want to, you don't have to. There's always a private label. Even with a private label, there's a conversation. There's a conversation that you have to understand.
What's the benefit of going to direct to your own chemist versus going with a manufacturing,
Private label.
no, not private label, like where you're gonna be manufacturing your own product, but through an entire fulfillment company?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Meaning the difference between getting your own like hiring a chemist per hour, whatever, rent a chemist, kind of, and then they direct you to a lab and all that, and they're gonna do the work for you, that specific chemist, let's say, in the lab of their choice, and you're kind of doing all the steps on your own. You're gonna find your own packaging place and your own fulfillment ingredients and everything, like one-on-one with the chemist, versus going to a company that does all the steps for you, but gives you the option, you can choose packaging, like, it's probably more expensive to do it that way,
It
but
is.
is there any other difference? Are you limited when you're doing it? Are there any other limits?
There are no limits.
Like
If you're paying-
ingredients and
If you're paying them, they will, and they're offering it, they will let you do whatever you want. The only thing I would say, when you have your own chemist and then they just do your formulation, literally, they're just formulating for you, and then they're just gonna give you like a bulk and do whatever you want with it. They're not contract fillers. You can take that bulk, but then you will need the machines. Like, how are you gonna fill it? Like, unless you're gonna literally give it to the next manufacturer who will fill it in. But with this one, you have the option of like you basically can get as creative as you want. You know what I mean?
formulation
From
wise.
not formulation wise, because formulation they will create for you, but in terms of like packaging, labeling, and all the other stuff, you know,
You're
like
constantly
whatever's
shopping
allowed.
around.
You're
for
constantly
everything.
shopping around, yeah.
You have to have
There
a lot
could
of
be a
time.
benefit to it, definitely, because then you're not limited to whatever the stock, because they always carry usually a small stock. of
Right, they
whatever
might tell you
can
it's either
offer.
black or white, but
Right.
you don't have pink.
Yeah, and sometimes they can limit you to like their machines only accept their packaging, you know, because they want you to be their packaging, because they want people to actually, because they do sell, most of these private labels, they do sell it as their own. You know what I mean?
So it could actually come out cheaper by using someone that's gonna do everything from A to Z, because even, let's say you're gonna shop around and do each step on your own, you might not be saving any money.
Or maybe you will, you don't know, you have to do the research. Sometimes it pays to just get the formulation in one place and have somebody to contract fill or even fill it yourself if you don't have such a huge, I mean, look, if you're gonna go and sell to, like, say, Target, where they want like, I don't know, 20,000 pieces, you don't wanna be running around gathering this stuff. You want it to be done, shipped, right? They're gonna stamp it, they're gonna label it, they're gonna package it, and they're gonna drop ship it and finished. You don't have to worry about it. If you're working on a smaller, like if you're a mom and pop shop type thing, right? like a boutique line, where you're gonna be like in specific small spas or whatever, you can take that formulation, you can fill it at home or whatever. You can bring in a couple of machines that are not, or syringes, right? You can just fill the tubes with it. It's not a lot. If you have like 200, 300, even up to 500, 1,000 pieces, it's not a big deal. So then it makes total sense to do it this way. So it depends, what is your goal? What is your end result? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Sometimes as you get started and sell a certain way, your goals change, so then you have to start like
So then you have
switching
to,
everything.
So you might want to consider a place that that gives you an option to do both. You know what I mean?
Like private label that you can tweak.
That you can tweak, and there are plenty of labs that could let you do that. So they could sell it to you as a private label, but if you do like a minimum of, I don't know, whatever, 400 pieces, they can tweak a color for you. You can tweak a color for yourself also. You can buy a bunch of these things and just tweak a color. You know, just take out the lipstick, melt it, and pour it back in.
It's a lot of work.
Not really. Well, yeah, we figured today.
If you're doing, yeah.
No, but honestly, if you really want something done, you'll be able to do it. It's just that, that's what I'm saying, like, this is why it's very important to go through specific steps, because in each of these steps, we're gonna be identifying why are you doing it, where are you gonna go with this, because you already know. Like you know you wanna be like a boutique line, or you wanna go national, or you wanna have a distribution, you know. Maybe you don't wanna deal with customers. Maybe you don't wanna be directly selling to a customer, right? Maybe you wanna directly sell it to the distributor, let them take care of everything. You don't wanna bother with it. So if I come to you, can I buy Marco Previa lipstick? No. You have to go to Target and buy it. Or go on my own website, wherever, like Whole Foods sells it. I don't sell it directly to customers. You're just like a distributor, you know what I'm saying? You're just distributing, you don't wanna bother with clients. You can choose that route. Or you can say, I wanna sell it only to my clients. Fine, great, it's much smaller. But then everything else is gonna cost you a little bit more, right? So like you're gonna bring in 200 pieces, okay, you know, versus 1,500 pieces is gonna cost you less. You know what I'm saying? Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Irina, what about you? What's your takeaway and share?
Definitely
There's a lot of
marketing. Marketing, I learned a lot. I'll definitely call you on that. And details on ingredients, steps.
We'll talk about the details.
Very good.
It's always this special topic. Oh, you took a lot of notes.
Well, some of it is yours right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Good. Very good. Everybody learn something today?
And kind of opened up my mind to it, think bigger.
Yeah.
Think bigger.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Ladies, I don't know this. She just hired me last night. I was at the wedding, and it's a last minute gig.
last
But
minute.
I'm doing similar things my wife does, and I can tell you, you probably can get to that level by yourself without anybody's help and research in Google.
That's fair.
But it will be so much faster, and you will save so many years of, and the mistakes are so expensive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's so much easier to have a coach or advisor like that, and who already had that on her skin, and just those missteps would,
Exactly what I
be
said.
very, very expensive.
You said
So
it.
it makes sense sometimes to, pay a little just to miss those mistakes.
It's true, the mistakes cost me over 100 grand. Mistakes really cost me a lot of money.
Over
when
how
I
many
started
years?
out. So, over 6 years.
That's a long time from 2018. Just think about it.
Yeah.
It's like
It was-
20,000 a
it
year,
was
15,000 a
really-
year.
And it
More
wasn't,
money you're wasting.
if you break it up, it kind of happened like 40, and then it's like, oh my god, like, it was just such stupid little
Huh?
things. It was
You can
just
sit down.
stupid little things that I could have totally avoided, but I had nobody to like tell me, Elena, like, what are you doing? Like, literally, when I would go to one of these shows, I would, oh, it's so nice and quiet. Literally, when I would go to one of these shows, I would come to the person and I would be like, I'm literally just starting out. Like, this is like, I just want to create a line of foundations for somebody who can use it right after the skin treatments, and be like, oh yeah, we can do it, sure. I didn't know anything about ingredients. I didn't know anything about it. I just wanted to get the foundation to be that, to do that for me. So they would say, like the first products that I got from the first formulation that I got, the company said we can totally do it for you. So I invested. I think it was maybe 13,000 or something. My husband and I were like, fine, let's try it. And then we got this ton of makeup, like formula. We invested so much into it. And then we saw the labels and it had parabens in it. And I was like, oh my God, like, and then I called the lab and I said, you put parabens in it. Like, you cannot put parabens in it. Like, this was the only thing I knew. And they said, yeah, well, we can't take it back. Like, we don't know if you opened it. We don't know if, you don't understand. I wanted to like shoot myself. I was like, oh my God, it's like 13 grand. So like little things like this, you want to avoid. You want somebody to like literally tell you, okay, this is just not the right thing to do. Like, this is not the manufacturer that you want to work with. This is not the question that you're supposed to. Don't give away like your real revenue amount. Like they're gonna ask you, like, oh, okay, well, how much do you do on average a year? And you're like, oh, I'm making $135,000. Like, They'll calculate the percentage. They'll tell you the price based on that. You have no idea where the price came from. They will get you by such little stupid things that will cost you so much. Honestly, it's not worth it. Like when I was creating this Elite Products Academy, I was like, oh my God, where was this when I was starting out? Do you know how many makeup artists contact me over the years and say, how did you do it? How did you do it? How did you do it? And I was like, what's the big deal? Like, it didn't occur to me that the process that I went through was so huge and impactful that it didn't register in my head. Because it was like part of I guess this is what you're supposed to do. In my head, I was like, I guess this is what I'm supposed to do. You know what I mean? But that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have a coach. That's what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like I would literally call, I had a coach, my first coach, and I told her, I said, I want someone to train me how to create proper, how to do this. And she said, yeah, we could do it. I paid her $500 a month. That was my first investment. And I did it for, I think, 8 months. I got nowhere. I told my husband, oh my, he's like, so how's that like cosmetics guy? We're going nowhere. Every month I'm paying $500. It was a lot of money for me. And then I got pissed and I wrote her this big fat email. I was like, I can't believe that. Like it was just, and I'm not the kind of person. I'm usually like, okay, fine, you messed it up, whatever. I make peace. But I was just so upset because and every time I would call the company and I would say, do you work with cosmetic lines? They would tell me, no, but you can be our first. And I'd be like, okay, because there's no one else. To this day, I have not found a coach that would coach me in products. I had to create it myself. And I've been in the industry for 12 years. It's kind of sad, right? Do you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay.
We're discussing your valuable.
Honestly, the reason why I don't talk about it, because the price of this program is ridiculous. It's nothing. The point is that I want to work with a person who will commit. I don't want somebody halfway through like, oh my God, it's so hard, like I can't. No, if you want us bad enough, I'll work with you. But you have to do the work. You understand? I want your commitment. Do you understand? The marketing, the sales, the product development, all that sounds great. But if you don't have your commitment, just throw it in the garbage. None of it matters. None of it. Do you know what I mean?
Need more time in the day.
We all have the same exact hours. We all have 24 hours in a day. I keep Sabbath the same way you keep Sabbath. I don't know what else you got there. I have 3 kids, you got 3 kids, right? Or 4 kids or whatever. Like, yeah, we both have 3 boys. We have something in common there, right? So like, basically, how bad do you want it? I know you have a line. You're not doing anything with it to the point where you're like, yeah, okay, I can rest for a year and I'm good, right? Can you really say that? No. Like, let's have a real talk. Like, what I want for my clients, always, like, is what I want for myself. The same exact thing. If I want to travel across the world today, I'll do that without thinking, well, I need to delegate responsibilities. I need to... No! I want freedom for you guys. I want you to go away to wherever you want to go away to and not think about it. Like, oh my gosh, like if I'm not doing the face, like when you're not doing the face of a makeup, like when you making any money? If you don't have a bride that you're doing right now, are you making any money?
No.
No. Money's not coming in. When I'm standing here talking to you, so Ella Cosmetics is selling. Do you know what I mean? It's selling. I don't have to do anything. This is what I want from you, for you. This is why I started. I didn't start it for me. I started for people who are in the same situation, who literally, who am I gonna call to ask a question? Because they're independently a million things. Who is going to filter it out and tell you, okay, forget about that, forget about that, forget about that. You need this and that. Thank you, Evan. You just need this and that. If you want your highlighter, how are you gonna get it? You're gonna Google stuff? Google stuff, that's fine. I mean, I got here through all kinds of things, you know? It's gonna cost you. You want your foundation line? Okay. You've tried something. It obviously didn't give you what you wanted, right? It didn't give you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You're looking for an answer. You're looking for an answer. This could be the answer. We're all like literally on different levels in our lives, but we're all here for a reason, right? We're all here for. You want to start your own beauty supply business. Who's gonna take you there? There's so many questions. You're so cute.
Well,
You're so cute. I guess Irina's signing up. No, but honestly, guys, we have to have a conversation. I want to know more individually. There's a huge conversation even about highlighters. Don't take it so lightly. It's just a highlighter. It's not really just a highlighter. There's just such a big conversation because you want to sell that highlighter.
and it's an international, you don't want to be just known
Yeah.
in USA. I want to be known globally.
See, like you have a big dream.
That's a big
You know what I mean? Like you guys, you're
Marketing.
thinking outside of just a regular makeup artist. Like most makeup artists, they want to do their job and they want to go home, right? What's beyond that? You want to have probably a family one day, right? Or you want to travel, or you want to do other things than just sit. How are you going to do that if you're not doing somebody's face? You're not making any money. What is your continuity? Even from a standpoint of you doing a client and you selling to her the product with your name on it, that's a conversation starter forever after she leaves. She's gonna come back to you, she's gonna log on your website to buy that. You know what I mean? Can I answer anything? You can talk to me. I'm not gonna eat you. So the point is, guys, if you want to have a call, have applications. You can fill them out. You can do a call. If you want to talk here after we're done, you're more than welcome to stay. Talk to me here. It doesn't matter. What matters to me is that if you really want it, you can have it. It is possible. It's much easier than you guys think. Much easier. Are there any questions? I either explained well or no one was listening. I was the first one.
Yeah, you did a lot of stuff.
You missed the most fun part, the one that you were looking forward to, is mixing the stuff together. I know.
Not that.
I know. We're dying
I
to
just
mix
mean to
your
say,
favorite
the
lip
mixing
gloss.
is her business. She got the mixing. I
She
don't
doesn't
use it.
want to mix.
My face
We'll
doesn't
figure
need
it
it.
out. No, it doesn't need it. No, it doesn't need it.
And whatever my face needs, your mother takes.
I'm a photographer, filmmaker. I thought I don't need to know how to do makeup. I had to learn the hair, the makeup, the hairstyling, all that stuff. It helps. If
Oh,
you
wow.
can look as a photographer, you can do your own look. If your makeup artist doesn't show up or star doesn't come, and you know really the looks that you want, it helps. So if you learn how to mix, you'll sell better. You know what you're selling.
Well, that's actually true. Yeah, when you know the behind the scenes. Yeah, A lot of times, a person cannot sell a product because they don't know they have no idea what the product's about. They don't know how it works. They don't know what makes it tick. They don't know anything. Even when it comes to product.
You don't have to be a professional to
No.
they do, but the basic foundation,
I understand.
just when you take it and your gestures are professional, they pay attention. You can do actual demonstration. Like when I sell on YouTube, like when I do QVC, actually they see that I have the skill, the proper fundamental technique, so it sells. If you just do one time sell, but that's a different story. But if you can demonstrate as a salesperson, that's a different story. You take the brush and make that look, it looks different.
Alexander, you're a very interesting person.
What about
I have to
QVC?
say. QVC? You can get on a QVC.
Is it worth it?
It's
No.
always worth it, but there's a big fat but that I'm going to say. If you actually make it to QVC and sell on QVC, that's amazing. I mean, they're gonna house you there, they're gonna love you forever. But if you don't sell it, you're gonna go home with a bunch of product that you had to bring with you. And if you don't have the money to back it up, like you have to borrow and whatever you were hoping to sell, the whole company can drown. Even with Sephora, you gotta be careful because Sephora takes it, like they want 90 days to be in that. Like so they're gonna order like say 5,000 pieces of something on a small.
Return to you all that messed up things
Yeah.
first.
They don't care. They're not buying it from you. They say 90 days. We're gonna see how it goes.
Sorry.
And in the 90 days, if it's sold and they want another replenishment, now you can go under because they're not paying you until 90 days pass.
They
A lot of
pay
people
the
don't know
shit.
that.
You have to beg for your money.
It's a tricky part. It's a very tricky. So you have to be financial giant in order to handle. Because Sephora is an amazing. Like who doesn't know Sephora? God, it's like on every corner. Because if you're in Sephora, you're like, wow, you made it. Actually, not really. You really didn't. Like, I hope you're like, yeah. You better be. You made it before you got to Sephora.
Influencers is the best way to sell it. For me, not right now. Like I get a couple of people with a big following, and when they do it, it just I see the product moving. Just need enough of those people.
You mean word of mouth?
No, influencers.
Social
Like,
influence,
people
social
have-
media.
Like people who have like big following. If they like a beautiful girl will wear it, and if she has enough,
She has
people
5
who
million
care,
people
like
following.
like
Yeah, like
a
Kylie Jenner.
Kardashian sister, she has a big following. So whatever she does sells. So
If you
just,
give her a
but
product,
you,
the
to
product
get to
becomes
her,
popular.
it's a little bit expensive. There are smaller people who have less following, it's much cheaper.
I'm cheaper.
Actually, right now the small ones are getting a lot more attention because they get a lot more trust than the big
Very
ones.
genuine.
Because the big ones are they'll sell you out. They don't care. They have you out for 24 hours.
Changed the policy that you have to write that it's an ad. You have to write hashtag ad.
Branded
Yep.
branded content.
It used to be you could send your product to, let's say, a famous person on Instagram, and they would use it and say, oh, I love this new lipstick I got, and pretend it wasn't an advertisement. And people would go and buy it, and really it was just an ad. Now, because it got out of hand, they were advertising things that weren't great. So now they have to write hashtag ad, advertising paid ad under the photo. If not, they're gonna get shut down.
So how do we sign up for this call?
Okay, so we have applications.
So you must include this explanation of the convenience. No, I don't understand. I've been doing that.
Holding
I don't know. I really think they do. And I would do that for the rest. Do something like an ad and they could.
Watch your color.
Right. Which is like a higher end of how they don't pay them.
Yana, can you come over to on her side? Can you move the mat, please? Sit next to you.
That's not one. Now, and then the issue is, let's say.
Very nice bone structure.
Should I move on?
I'm using Chanel, and I can compare. So I'm going to Chanel on the clients. Not much. It's very good for
One more.
regular medium sales.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
excited.
spending, let's say, it's selling $45.
Thank you.
What I'm selling, I'm using, I'm buying $100 foundation. I feel that I want to be able to create that $100 foundation, a hard
So we're gonna go. hold it.
How you
Okay.
felt about today?
Let me do this. May I move this?
Yeah. Like, what was your aha moment?
Okay.
I'll ask.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce. What's your name?
Ayana.
Ayana. Ayana came to the Yelena seminar, and let's find out what did you learn today.
Well, I definitely learned the ins and outs of how to create my own cosmetic line. I learned new ways to like mix and even create my own products at home.
Do you happen to be like in the industry, or what do you do?
I'm a makeup artist.
Okay.
Been doing
What was the
makeup,
most exciting today?
mixing my own products. That was definitely fun and interesting.
What was the most non-exciting, something that gets you upset? Cost a lot of money. Anything negative? Anything we can improve?
Oh, I think it was great. Yeah.
Great. Is there like a, for the folks who wants to work with you, is there any like a hashtag or like a social media to reach out to you?
Yes, my Instagram is Ayana Aesthetics.
Okay. What kind of makeup do you do?
All kinds of makeup. Bridal, everyday, photo shoot, events.
When people will go home tonight after the event, people who came, what do you think, what kind of feelings would they have on the way home?
After this event, I think they'd be excited. Definitely have a lot of different ways to start your own cosmetic line, so you have to like really figure out, exactly what route you want to take.
Cool. Would you recommend someone to come to another one?
Oh yeah,
please?
most definitely. I know a lot of makeup artists that could benefit from this.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pat?
Is that gonna be on any social media hire?
Whatever she wants to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have Irina next to me. Irina came to the workshop by Yelena. Let's hear from Irina. What do you do? Who are you?
I work in a microblading and permanent makeup industry, so I'm an artist. I'm not really. I just came here first of all for support, but I learned. My mind is blown away. By the way, I've learned a whole deal of how to think bigger and get myself on a bigger platform.
By the way, what are you wearing? Yes. The name of the brand?
Venus.
Venus.
Venus.com. It's not
Okay.
my, it's awesome. So a lot of people who go into any business industry and who want to become independent, they are facing a lot of, they're always hitting themselves against the same walls, another wall and another wall. So learning today from Yelena, from Elite Product Academy, is that you are actually saving yourself time and money and research time. A lot of coaches out there don't even know how to help you directly and exactly, specifically to your needs. They don't know really how to cater. She is actually catering to all around. Oh, okay.
Okay, we're gonna get some lights.
Like, they actually know how to cater. She knows how to cater to every single, because it's not just marketing your makeup. It's not just marketing and starting your own business. It's about where and how. She knows how to ask specific and direct and right questions. She knows where to turn to, where to invest, and how much to invest. What is too much? What is wrong? What is right?
How did you find out about Yelena's work?
Facebook, and we are related.
Okay.
We're really,
That
yes.
helps. What do you think was the biggest takeaway for you from today?
Oh, I didn't.
The biggest takeaway was just how simple she is, how easy it is to follow her. That everything that she took throughout her career, she's putting it um, in one goal to help others.
Okay.
So
What was the funniest moment of the day?
the funniest moment of the day, I guess our
Mixing,
conversations.
did you enjoy
Well,
the mixing part? Did you like the?
I just like everybody's conversation here. I love the energy here. Everybody was so involved. Everybody just so natural. The way everybody just.
Is there a way for the folks to follow you on social media?
Yes, there is. I'm also on Facebook as Irina Callan, and I have an Instagram account which is Royal Visage. So,
Thank you.
thank you. I hope they saw me.
Okay. Anna, would you please sit down here? So we're already set up here. So can you see yourself? Ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful Hannah next to me. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. So I have this cosmetic brand, Marco Privi Cosmetics, and I'm a mostly bridal makeup artist. I would say mostly. I do take other bookings, but it's mostly like a full bridal day package. And I'm looking for some help from Yelena from NLA Cosmetics. Just some guidance to take my business to the next level.
What is specific about the bridal makeup and cosmetics for bridal, and maybe even more specific if we're looking? I'm Jewish, you're Jewish, so what's the any special needs that Jewish brides face?
I think we're specifically looking for cosmetics that are super long lasting, and that's something that I'm trying to create.
24-hour longer.
24-hour, because we have all the holidays and Shabbat. And for weddings, brides, mother of bride, they want to be able to cry and be emotional, and the makeup shouldn't budge. They want to be able to eat. We like to eat.
Okay.
So things like that, products like that, I'm looking to really.
Is the weather consistent? Let's say we have some weddings in the summer when it's really hot. There are
That's
weddings,
definitely something.
Like you go out in the winter, so.
Right.
wanna-
So that definitely has a lot to do with the quality of cosmetics and the long-lasting abilities.
Getting back to the Yelena seminar, is there any takeaway for you that you would want to the audience think that important?
Well, yeah. So I think I have a lot of information on cosmetics in general based on my experiences. I'm doing this for like 14 years. So over the years, I did gather a lot of information, but I'm not very organized with it. And I feel like Yelena has everything set up, like a very good program. It seems like, the organization of it, I kind of need her for that. Maybe some coaching to get me more organized with my thought process and my
Okay.
formulation process, things like that.
If folks would like to hire you for any makeup work for the weddings, is there any way to reach out with your social media?
So mostly like my business card is Marco Privi. It's Marco Privi Cosmetics, but Marco Privi on Instagram. That's where I post most of my work, and they can check it out over there.
Okay.
We don't have the products yet. That's what we're still building on. But right now it's just a little bit of a showcase of some of my work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up.
Yes. Try to delete that and just